Chapter 963. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy, translation clouds, and mist lingered around. The teams from the various sects were uniform, walking at the foot of Nanshan Mountain. A half-human, half-fish powerhouse with a long tail had a flattering smile on his face. This is the famous Nanshan Mountain peak in the entire water realm. Since this was the core of the water realm, the surrounding water vapor was even thicker. Countless powerhouses stood in great numbers. At the foot of Nanshan Mountain, the surrounding lineup was extremely strict. There was almost no blank space left. Very few people knew why Nanshan Mountain was regarded as a holy land. Only those who reached the peak of Nanshan Mountain would know the secret. Suddenly, there were a few more people among the guards. Someone was interrogating and suddenly felt that something was not right. Why were there so many more people out of nowhere? Looking at the few new faces, Lin Yichin smiled. Before they could make a sound of horror, they no longer had the chance to speak. Sure enough, it's more fun to kill all the way up. How long will it take to walk like this? Qin, you casually summoned a dragon as his ride. Then, everyone immediately got up. In the blink of an eye, they crossed mountains and went around Nanshan Mountain a few times. They had already passed through layers of clouds and arrived at the real peak of Nanshan Mountain. Separated by a thin layer of clouds and mist, the rest of the people could not get close no matter how hard they tried. This was a normal thing, but even intruders could easily enter, which made them feel extremely awkward. No matter how exasperated the Holy Venerables were, they could not break this invisible barrier with brute force. Go and inform everyone. Someone broke into the Nanshan sacred ground. We must inform everyone in the major sects within this period of time. He was relatively powerful. He also had a certain right to speak. Therefore, he had heard of the existence at the peak of Nanshan Mountain. It was because he vaguely had a guess in his heart that he was so anxious. If such a big thing really happened while he was guarding, he could not escape responsibility. Even a holy king might not be able to withstand the anger of the most powerful existence in the world. Even if it was just casual and a little displeasure, Qin Yu was multitasking. His doppelganger and his original body moved at the same time, breaking through the clouds and mist. When they reached the peak of Nanshan Mountain, they saw a pool. From afar, the pool at the top of the mountain looked like the dragon transformation pool. It was as if there were countless dragon shadows surging within. However, if one looked carefully, they would not be able to see anything. He could only see the surface of the water, like a bronze mirror. There were no ripples. As he slowly landed beside the pool, he noticed that there were no water droplets in the air. It was as if the water droplets unique to the water realm were isolated by the thin layer of clouds. The silhouettes of several people were clearly reflected in his mouth, without the slightest difference. Even a strand of hair that was drifting outside could be seen clearly under the illumination. If I hadn't fallen from the sky just now, it really would have looked like the sea. Xuelan's voice was crisp and clear. The boat was very far away. After a while, the echo came back. Although it was a little blurry, he could still hear it clearly. It really was her voice. The surroundings seemed to be very empty. It was almost empty. Xian Tian Senzin coldly snorted. Pretentious! This 1-foot immortal silk is for you. You clearly knew that we were coming, but you didn't come out. Shenren's way of treating guests seems to be nothing more than this. However, since this is your own matter, I won't interfere. Qin Yu took the 1-foot soft and pure white silk. Although it looked extremely soft, it was difficult for swords and spears to penetrate. It was impervious to water and fire. It was a sharp weapon that could be used to attack and defend. However, now that it was in his hands, it had another wonderful use. The 1-foot white silk suddenly fell into the center of the lake and continued to flow. Qin Yu raised his hand and drew a circle. This 1-foot white silk suddenly spun in the center of the water. First, it brought about a small whirlpool. Then the whirlpool became bigger and bigger. In the end, a huge water spout suddenly rose from the ground. The water in the entire lake seemed to be sucked dry. The water level dropped, and all of it surged up, creating a huge whirlpool in the air. It kept rolling and even went straight into the clouds. Kanshue Shinran, who had been hiding at the bottom of the lake, had to come out. If he didn't come out, the top of Nanshan Mountain where he lived would probably be completely destroyed by this huge waterspout. The so-called top of Nanshan Mountain was a unique space that he had opened up. The Nanshan Mountain in Zhongzhou of the Water Realm was one of the entrances to the top of Nanshan Mountain. However, only those with a special bloodline and powerful strength could have the qualifications to enter the top of Nanshan Mountain. Originally, when he said those words and asked Qin Yu to come to the top of Nanshan Mountain to find him, it was just a joke. He didn't think that he would really be found. But now, was there no way to escape the fate that had been set in stone? Originally, he already had a premonition in his heart, but this premonition came true. It made him very unhappy. Qin Yu saw him come out, but he had no intention of stopping. He continued to make this huge waterspout continue to rise. The water in the lake had been completely drained, revealing a piece of azure crystal at the bottom of the lake. Kanshue Shinran finally couldn't stand it and spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath. It was invisible and colorless, as if someone had pressed the pause button from afar and controlled the time of the entire space and time. Kanshue Shinran wasn't good at controlling time and space. It was an extremely special ability, and only those with special talent could have such power. However, as long as one's strength was strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the entire Great Path, one would have such powerful strength. With a raise of one's hand, one could affect time and space and even time. However, something that shocked him happened in just a short moment. Thus, Qin Yu was able to move around with ease. Even the people around him were gradually relieved of this influence. Although the water spout gradually subsided after this incident, all the water in the lake returned to its original position quietly. This made Kanshue Shinran believe that there must be someone among them who was good at controlling time and might even have an extremely special talent. As long as one could have the ability to control and change time without being absolutely powerful, one's future would be limitless. Compared with the most basic 9 elements in this world, time and space were the most mysterious existences. If one could completely control them, they could even become the god of creation. Even at his level, he was eager to go further and open up his own divine realm. Instead of being the so-called origin dragon, it was better to be the original god of creation. If Shenron wanted to go further, this was a step they had to take. Chapter 964. However, it was too difficult to take this step. Even someone as noble as Shinran could not help but feel greedy. This energy fluctuation, it's him. Dragon souls only had one master, and they only obeyed their master's orders. Whether it was Shinran or not, it was all the same to him. He was just an insignificant stranger. What? Do you want to have this kind of power too? But this is a unique talent of dragon souls. So I'm destined to disappoint you. What you want will never be yours. I'm here to make you fulfill your promise. I let you run away last time. Let's see where you can run to this time. Kanshue Shenron's expression turned slightly ugly. His beard on both sides trembled slightly, showing that he was not in a good mood. Indeed, he had such thoughts, but he was still displeased that someone had said it so bluntly. If not for the fact that it was too difficult to find a way to control the power of time in this world, he would not have suddenly had such thoughts. However, it was impossible for him to hand over his essence, blood, and fulfill his promise. It was linked to his strength. If he handed it over, his strength would be greatly reduced. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no dragon would hand over their essence, blood, so easily. Leave this place first. Let's see how you're going to ask for my essence, blood, if you can't even find me. Suddenly, Shenren's figure disappeared without a trace. All that could be seen was yellow sand. There was not a single trace of water left. Not only that, but all that could be seen was a stretch of dry land. Not even a single green plant could be seen. It was as if this was a land of the dead. There was no one else here except for himself. Everyone was separated from each other. No matter where he went, he could only see himself. Qin Yu took 2 steps in his original location. Suddenly, he appeared at another location. The place where he had been standing suddenly caved in, and a deep pit appeared. The bottom of the pit was densely packed with sharp weapons. Countless spikes flickered with a sharp light. One could imagine that if he had not dodged in time, he would have been pierced into a sieve. There were indeed many such methods, but it also made him understand that all of this was merely an illusion. However, the illusion created by Shenron was also very real. In the past, he had only seen such a realistic illusion from One-Eyed. One-Eyed was suddenly released, and as soon as he appeared, he began to look around. Its huge eyes blinked. The scenery here is not bad, and there is also a very beautiful lake. But why are you walking outside? I don't see anything over there. He was born with the ability to see through all fabrications. In his eyes, everything would return to its original appearance. If he couldn't control it, he wouldn't be able to see the illusions created by others. Qin, you seem to have sensed something, and suddenly continued to walk forward. This time, he didn't dodge immediately when he was in danger. Instead, he allowed a hammer to fall from the sky and land on his body. However, he had already determined that everything in front of him was an illusion. As a result, the sledgehammer didn't cause any harm to him after landing on his body. In the blink of an eye, a hole appeared in the illusion. There was no need for One-Eyed to say anything. He directly saw everything, the most original and most realistic appearance. However, it didn't take long for him to be pulled into another illusion again. However, at that moment, he also saw the state of the others. One by one, they were either dignified or panicked. Xiantian Senzin was completely enjoying the show. He obviously had the ability to get rid of this illusion, but he didn't. Xuelan had been extremely calm. She must have guessed that everything in front of her was just an illusion. Although it was possible that the injuries she encountered in the illusion were real, she was still able to handle it with ease. As for how the others were, he didn't have much to do with it. Seeing that there were no wounds on his body, he focused on repeating the illusion over and over again. Originally, he had the strength to completely break through this illusion, but he wasn't in a hurry to get rid of it. Instead, he used his heart to perceive the path in front of him through the restrictions of the illusion. He closed his eyes and ignored everything around him, even the sound of the wind, even the sound of footsteps. Even if there were all kinds of subtle sounds, none of them could become factors that affected his judgment. He would go wherever he thought was the right path. Whether or not he felt a sense of crisis, whether or not he heard a familiar voice calling in his ear, he unswervingly walked forward step by step according to his own thoughts, until his eyes opened up and there was a strong light. A cool breeze fell on his body. The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind Qin Yu. Judging from the sound, he was almost certain that this attack was aimed directly at his back. If it succeeded, it could directly dig out his heart. No matter how powerful a person was, losing his heart would cause serious injuries and be on the verge of death. If there was no good spirit treasure to save life, it might not even be long before he died because of his injuries. No matter when, that was one of the most important points of life. This time he didn't stand in the same place. He just slowly turned around and faced the attack. Kanshue Shunran thought that he was going to succeed. But in the next moment, he saw that the foot-long white silk suddenly became extremely tough. It directly attacked from the side of his body. He was tied up like a dumpling, with only his head and tail exposed. The small foot-long white silk grew with the wind. However, it was still extremely difficult to tie up such a huge body. But it was difficult to break free, no matter what. It would take Shinran a lot of effort to destroy this foot-long white silk. This is actually the best snow silk of the sky silkworm, and the sky silkworm has the strength of a holy king or even higher. But if he wanted to get this foot-long snow silk of the sky silkworm, for the sky silkworms, it was like taking away the blood essence of the dragon, which would cause great damage to them. So generally speaking, this kind of thing was extremely rare, unless he could crush it with strength. He had no choice but to do so. But this foot-long snow silk of the sky silkworm happened to be white silk. The quality was high, and there was no trace of unwillingness to cut corners. So much so that he was tied up tightly and couldn't break free. Qin Yu didn't care about his struggle. When the white silk was wrapped up, the final result was already decided. But Qanshui Shenron still insisted on his own opinion. It was impossible to make him submit. He was the origin dragon, and he would never submit to anyone, even if he had fallen to such a point. To the extent that he couldn't break free, he would never easily hand over his blood essence. Chapter 965. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the first source, Shenron blood essence. As he moved the boiling water with his mind, the foot-long white silk around Shenron's body tightened. It was so tight that even Shenron could not bear it, but this was still tolerable for him. So he still gritted his teeth and was unwilling to take out the blood essence. He did not know what he would face in the future. Give him some time. He would definitely be able to break through the restraints of this white silk. You said that I was not strong enough at that time, but my current strength should be able to meet the standard. You said that I had to go through various trials, but now that I have passed the heartbreak trial, you are not prepared to keep your promise. If there is really a heavenly Tao in this world, you should be punished. Qanshui Shenron suddenly laughed out loud. How could there be so many heavenly Tao in this world? How could there be so much karma? Since it was the origin dragon, it was naturally the most powerful existence. Perhaps the rules of this world were indeed very strict, but for him, there were still many loopholes that he could take advantage of. Anyway, he did not say that he would not give it. It was just an excuse. But for him, as long as there was an excuse, it would not be considered a breach of contract. So what if he was not convinced? In the end, he was stronger, so he had more right to speak. So this is the so-called fairness. All of a sudden, Qin Yu aimed at the reverse scale and thrust his blade down. Since he was unwilling to take it out, he would take it himself. Qanshui Shenron was unwilling to take out the blood essence that he had originally agreed on. Then, he would take it out himself. Although it was relatively more troublesome, he could not return empty-handed. He had to fulfill his promise. If he was unwilling to fulfill his promise, if the heavenly Tao was biased towards the strong, then he would seek justice for himself. Qanshui Shenron kept struggling. He finally felt a fatal threat. He said that he would use this method to forcefully extract his blood essence. In the end, he would only be seriously injured. At that time, he would have to pay a greater price than before. So he used all his strength. Even if he was injured, he had to break free. The difference in realm allowed him to succeed. In the case of such a huge difference in realm, even the best talent could only play a small role. But just as he was about to break free and dodge, Shantian Senzen suddenly controlled him. He reached out and controlled it from afar, causing the foot-long white silk to tighten even more. The dignified dragon god was incomparably noble, yet he was tied up like a worm. Of course, it was impossible to escape. Just hand it over. Otherwise, I don't recommend using more forceful means. Qanshui Shenron struggled for a while, but he couldn't break free. This was unlike before, when he clearly knew that he would only be trapped for a short period of time. As time passed, he would be able to escape unscathed. But now he could clearly feel it. If he couldn't escape in time, he would definitely take away the most important blood essence. In the end, he shouted loudly, and his voice spread far and wide. Countless echoes came from all directions. Stop! I will fulfill my promise myself. But now he only hated himself for not using a more cruel method. Instead, he had only used an illusion. In the illusory realm, if one thought that they were injured, then they were really injured. If one thought that they were dead, then they were really dead. But it was still too easy. He should have directly killed or injured him. That way, he wouldn't have to pay such a big price. He even had to bear such a great humiliation. But now, if he didn't compromise and agree, only death would await him. Kanshui Shinran was still not released. He could only force out a drop of blood essence. Qin Yu put it away and didn't immediately call him. Instead, he asked him again if he was willing to submit. Don't push your luck. I'm willing to agree only because of you. There's also a casual oath between us. It's because at my current level, a casual sentence can be witnessed by heaven and earth. But if you want me to submit to you, what will you use to persuade me? Qin Yu looked at the white silk wrapped around his body with a faint smile. Since he had been reduced to a prisoner, he had no right to continue negotiating. Kanshui Shinran could only choose to submit. Right now, he didn't have the ability to directly control Shenren's life and death. But if he was trapped like this for a long time, however, it was not impossible to do so. In the end, there was no other way. He had already given up his blood essence. If he refused at this time, he didn't know what would be waiting for him. But his intuition told him that if he didn't agree this time, what would be waiting for him might not see the light of day for a long time. So he gritted his teeth and agreed. But he still didn't have any good expression. He was willing to agree because he had no choice but to make the decision. Because of the difference in level, the contract signed was a relatively equal treaty. This was not unacceptable for Kanshui Shinran, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yu's strength broke through to the Holy King realm naturally. Such a huge amount of power poured into his body, but it was all converted and absorbed by him. There was also a trace of power that was wasted. This trace of powerful power not only increased his strength, but also transformed his body. Now, every bone, every drop of flesh and blood had unparalleled power. Kanshui Shinran understood a little. So this is what you're doing. The cultivation method you're cultivating is a little special. I keep feeling that it's very familiar, but where have I seen it before? He couldn't remember, and then he stopped thinking about it. Maybe it was something unimportant that he couldn't remember. But he vaguely felt that this was a very, very important thing that he couldn't remember. If he couldn't remember it, he was afraid that he would miss something. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember who he had seen before who had such a special cultivation method, using such a strong method to take away every drop of blood essence of a powerful dragon. With the contract, as the master, Qin Yu could see through every thought in Kanshui Shenren's mind. He couldn't help but have some doubts. Was there a problem with Kanshui Shenren's memory? But if there was a problem with such a powerful Shenran, who had the strength to tamper with it, were there any more powerful existences above the 9 elemental dragons? Perhaps there was no limit to the climb of strength. Every time you defeated a seemingly invincible existence, you would find a more powerful existence waiting for you to challenge and defeat. Chapter 966. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Countless people gathered at the foot of Nanshan Mountain. It was a sea of people. However, no one dared to act rashly. Instead, they raised their heads and looked at the towering mountain peak surrounded by clouds. No one had ever reached the peak of the mountain. However, the powerful intruder had broken into the peak of Nanshan Mountain before everyone could react. He had not returned yet. This was not good news for them. If no one came back, no one would know what had happened up there. That was the Nanshan sacred land. What the hell is going on? It's been a really eventful period recently. So many big disturbances have happened one after another. Derivative Palace has been burned down. Let's not talk about it for now. Now, the Nanshan sacred land has been broken into. What's more, none of you have found a way to go up the mountain. The derivative palace master was furious, even though he could barely maintain his demeanor as the palace master. Everyone could see that his emotions were on the verge of exploding. If anyone added fuel to the fire, he would immediately fly into a rage. However, no matter how furious he was, no one could send people to the Nanshan sacred land and to the real peak of the mountain. There were traces of Shinran and supreme inheritance there. Everyone who had been there had a different definition of that place. However, there was one thing that was the most similar. That was, everyone who had been to the peak of the mountain regarded it as a unique, sacred land. Some people had obtained supreme treasures from there. Some people had obtained supreme and glorious inheritance from there. As for some people, when they went in, they were trash whose meridians had been severed. When they came out again, they had become an absolute powerhouse. However, it was just an accident that they could go to the peak of Nanshan Mountain. Kanshue Shinran could see the people at the foot of the mountain through a layer of clouds. Sometimes I'm too bored, so I take a nap occasionally. This is the time when the cloud barrier is the weakest. There will always be some people who break in. Since they came, it's fate. So I just gave them something and let them go. In the beginning, he didn't think that his casual action would actually bring him such a great help. In fact, it was very appropriate to call it troublesome. Originally, no one knew that he was resting at the top of Nanshan Mountain, and it was an absolutely safe place. However, it was because of these people who acted on their own initiative that this place became the center of attention of the world. However, great concealment had given him another layer of concealment. For example, when he received the token and was asked where he lived, he said that he lived at the peak of Nanshan Mountain in the Water Realm. This could not be considered a lie, nor could it be considered as misleading. After all, what he said was true. But generally speaking, no one would think that he lived in such a noisy place. Previously, he had just casually mentioned it out of habit. There were times when Shinran was unreliable. He didn't seem to have much emotion. However, in terms of selfish desires, he was much crueler than anyone else, because they didn't care about anything. Even if he knew what the consequences would be if he misled others, he did not care. In the future, Shinran in the Water Realm will disappear. Kanshue Shenren's expression changed. In the end, he thought that now that he had signed a contract, he had to listen to orders. Although it was an equal contract, he still had to be subject to many restrictions. It was just some things that he could do that were not too excessive. He had to agree. It was just that he did not appear in front of others. It was not an excessive request. As Shinran, he should not appear in front of the public. Even if you disappear, you have to let me explain what happened after my death. If I disappear without saying a word, it will only cause panic. After all, I am Shinran, who protects the entire Water Realm. Kanshue Shenren's tone was unusually tough. However, Qin Yu still did not care. Even though the origin dragon had suddenly disappeared without a trace in the divine realm, countless people were still trying to find an answer for it. Even if they did not know whether the answer was true or not, it did not prevent them from finding reasons for themselves. Even if it really disappeared suddenly, as long as there was no great disaster in the water realm that could not be overcome, no one would think of Shinran. It was obvious just by looking at the divine realm. When such a big thing happened in the past, no one had any ideas about Shinran. But as long as Shinran did not appear, it often meant that there was still room for maneuvering. No one would wonder if Shenlong was no longer around, or if Shenlong had been defeated by someone. Could it be that the dragon god had already fallen and was no longer in this world? Because that was just nonsense to everyone. The weak would never be able to imagine that the strong, whom they could not defeat, would not be defeated by others. A terrifying existence that had existed for a long time would suddenly fall because of some accident. There were so many people at the foot of the mountain. In the end, they still had to leave under their noses. It should be fine. It should be fine. If there is really some terrifying existence in there, and it bestows opportunities to those who are fated, then it must be an extremely terrifying and powerful existence. How could it be by just a few? Look at what that is. The original topic was interrupted. In everyone's eyes, there was only that holy and majestic existence. Such a powerful existence had suddenly appeared. Everyone finally understood why Nanshan had always been regarded as a holy land. It was not only because of the uniqueness of this place, but also because of the existence of this absolute powerhouse. Many people had not obtained any opportunities from there, nor were they the confidants of the major forces. So they did not know about this matter. But now they knew. There was indeed a powerhouse in the Holy Land, and it was an existence that no one could defeat. And it might bring them a peerless opportunity, allowing them to benefit a lot from it. Kanshue Shinran did not care about these crazy people below. Instead, he endured the humiliation and quickly wanted to leave this place. At this time, this kind of people suddenly realized that there were still a few people standing on this powerhouse's body. Yu Zhu and the other two could not wait to make their presence a little weaker, a little weaker. The strength of the few of them could be considered to be extremely powerful, but they still became the target of public criticism. This was especially true for the divine dragon who had given birth to such a huge creature. She had vented all her anger on them, because except for them, Shenron could not provoke anyone else. Thinking about it, their mood seemed to be a lot better. No matter how powerful they were, they would still be slaves and servants, and they would have the same status as them. Chapter 9, 67. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. There are people on Shenron's back, and there's more than one. Kanshue Shinran was furious, but he had to leave as quickly as possible. But even if they were merged together, the moment he appeared just now was still clearly seen by everyone. Some even recorded the scene and watched it over and over again. In the end, they confirmed the people standing on Shenron's back. They were the people who had barged in earlier and were called thieves by them. Because they were heavily guarded, they actually blocked Shenron's friends outside. They even caused such a big commotion. If they were to be dealt with later, no one would have the ability to withstand it. Therefore, soon after, many people wanted to find Shenron and Shenron's friends. They also said that they were willing to apologize with countless treasures. Unfortunately, no one appeared in the end. Even after Shenron disappeared from Nanshan, no one could find a trace of Shenron anywhere else. Disciple, this little pet of yours is a little disobedient. Do you want me to help you train it? I promise that when I return it to you, it will be an obedient little snake. Kanshue Shinran glared at Xiantian Shenzun. Although there was a contract restriction, he couldn't do anything to Qinyu. However, he could still open his mouth to Xiantian Shenzun. He spoke rudely. What a big tone. It's a pity that I didn't contract with you. I am Shinran. How noble am I? I will never be like a little snake, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. That's just a dark creature living underground. How can it be compared to me? Xiantian Shenzun laughed. He had such a big tone. Although the divine dragon was indeed incomparably honorable, the present was different from the past. As a master, he asked his disciple for Shinran, and it wasn't like he was asking for it. Why couldn't he do it? Qin Yu didn't have any objections. He also didn't respond to their conversation. Kanshue Shinran had tried to set him up time and time again, trying to deny it. If he kept Kanshue Shinran with such a character by his side, unless they didn't want him to come out, something would definitely happen in the long run. Do you want to think about it? I guarantee that I'll train him until he's obedient and won't dare to have any other thoughts. The pride on Kanshue Shenron's face suddenly froze. He actually heard the sound of him being casually sent out. It wasn't that he was casually sent away, but that his personality was truly too unpredictable. In the long run, it would also be a hidden danger. Handing it over to Xiantian Shenzun would not really do anything to him. Even if that was the case, as long as there were emotions, there would be a distance between them. So what if she really gave him away? Someone in Central Continent's crowd suddenly raised his head, giving that recorded video another look, continuously flipping through and selling it. After rummaging through the room, he found Qin Yu. That person suddenly smiled, his features picturesque. It was just that there was too much haze in his eyes, and it was easy to make people unhappy. Finally, he found him again. He didn't know whether it should be called fate or not. But this time it was he who found Qin Yu first. The initiative was in his hands. Kanshue Shinran suddenly had a vague feeling that it seemed to have something to do with his new master. Originally, at his level, he would have a vague feeling. This feeling was sometimes very accurate, but sometimes it was not so accurate. After all, it was changing in real time, and no one could accurately predict the future. Someone has their eyes on you. Have you offended anyone before? I feel that although that person's strength is not very strong, he seems to have some relationship with you. Maybe I'm wrong. Speaking of the people he had offended, adding up the corpses, they could pile up several South Mountains. Those who had offended him were basically all dead. Even if they didn't die, they were basically living a life worse than death. But in this water realm, he really couldn't think of who it was. Could it be that they came from the mortal realm? If they dare to come, I'll kill them without mercy. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Don't tell me I have to be in fear all day because of your words and wait for that person to come? No one in this world has the qualifications to make me wait for him. Shualan blinked her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she blushed and her heart beat faster, but she hid it very well. After all, she restrained her emotions, and in front of outsiders, she looked even more like an iceberg snow lotus. She was not good at expressing her emotions to outsiders. Even if she suddenly had some strange feelings in her heart, she would not show it directly. In a panic, she hurriedly hid it. Xiantian Senzin, who was at the side, suddenly had a thought and directly pulled the others away. If this matter really came to fruition, his disciple was going to have a serious wife. In all fairness, Shualan was top-notch in terms of appearance and talent. There was nothing that wasn't perfect. Speaking of which, it was not very good. She didn't do it perfectly. She was too pure when it came to relationships, and she didn't understand the ways of the world at all. In the entire world, Qin Yu was the only one who could make her feel normal emotions and even love. There was no one else around them. There was no one around. Only the two of them were alone. Shualan couldn't recognize the emotions in her heart. She restrained herself and moved a little closer. She closed the distance. She was so close that she could feel the other party's breathing. Qin Yu smiled slightly. Why don't you sit closer? There's no need to be so much distance between you and me. After saying that, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. The huge Shinran was still shuttling through the sky. The sky was slightly dim. It revealed a deep, dark purple color. There was no starry sky, but there were countless light segments like colorful ribbons. The two of them were side by side, looking at the beautiful sky, until their figures were getting farther and farther away. Xiantian Senzin stroked his small tuft of beard with some relief. It seemed that this was going well. The two of them were usually cold and unapproachable. Originally, he was worried that they wouldn't know how to get along after getting together. Now it seemed that he, as the master, was thinking too much. The relationship between the two of them was so good that he was a little envious. He even had the thought of finding a companion for a short while. Then he smiled and let it go. There were thousands of flowers in the world. Why would he need to find a home? It was more reliable to pursue the supreme Tao. He should live freely. His disciple was just living a better life than him. He lived the way he wanted the most. Qin Yu had a beautiful woman by his side. He didn't delay in his realm at all. His progress was so fast that he almost surpassed him as the master. So much so that when he returned to the God realm, he couldn't even slack off. It seems that I also need to work hard. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if my disciple surpassed me in the future. He should also find a chance to break through. Chapter 968. Quick, they're right in front. I don't believe we can't catch that little bastard this time. A group of people wearing the same uniform. The weakest among them was at the immortal spirit realm. At first glance, there were more than 100 of them. Situ Hua couldn't escape in the end and came to a cliff. He continued to move forward, but there was no path for him to go on. But if he turned back, he would only face countless enemies. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. I don't believe that in the current wind boundary, it's actually still your word that rules. The dignified Situ family has been turned into such a mess by you, Situ Sheng. Where in this world is there a place for me, Situ Hua, to stay? Then he jumped into the water. He smashed a deep hole in the calm water. When the team of more than 100 experts came down to find him, they couldn't see him anymore. In the end, they could only go back and report. Situ Sheng thought for a while, then sent out some more teams to continue searching along the river. If he was alive, he wanted to see him. If he was dead, he wanted to see his corpse. Kanshue Shinran had a good relationship with the Wind Realm's Sora Shinran, so he came here first. Sora Shinran had always been elusive. Only the Kanshue Divine Dragon was able to find out where the other party had stopped. If it were other people, let alone seeing him, they couldn't even get any information. They traveled all over the world, going back and forth in the Wind Realm several times. They might not be able to find any clues. Qin, you stepped out of the void, stepping on solid ground. He heard the sound of water as if it was right next to his ear. It wasn't like the water realm, which was full of water droplets. This wind realm seemed no different from usual, but the vegetation was exuberant and the water plants were abundant. It seemed that everywhere was exuding vitality. Wind, water, and wood are connected. Naturally, it has such an effect. Songyin has always liked this kind of natural environment. I'm afraid that most of the places he goes will return to nature like this. Kanshue Shinran shrunk his body, looking like a palm-sized snake. But after all, he was Shinran, an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. He could be a guide. He had a lot more advantages than the others. If he was locked up and treated properly, he would lose this extremely useful tool to guide the way. He didn't know what Senzin did, but ever since he escaped from Senzin's hands, he had been very obedient. He even offered to lead the Shenron's way to help Qinyu. Right now, there was an extremely wide river where they stood. The river water continued to flow downwards, but suddenly a figure appeared in the upper stream. There was no need to care about strangers. However, that person didn't seem to be dead yet. He moved slightly and let out a weak cry for help. Shinran, 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 Shinran. Brother Qin, save me. When they reached the shore, they choked on water for a long time. Situ Hua jumped directly into the water from a high altitude. Although the bones in his body were not shattered, they were broken into more than a dozen pieces. At this moment, his entire body felt limp and he couldn't exert any strength. I haven't seen you for a while. How did you end up like this? You even came to the Wind Realm. Since there were outsiders around, the Kanshue Divine Dragon hid itself. When this matter was brought up, Situ Hua's face was filled with unwillingness. In the Wind World, the greatest power was not a sect, but a family clan. Among them, the Situ clan was the most powerful. Originally, Situ Hua was the only successor of the Situ clan. Situ Hua's uncle, Situ Hua, was now the head of the family. But now that he had taken over the family's position, he kept sending people to kill Situ Hua. As a result, he had no choice but to flee to other divine realms. In the end, he finally managed to recuperate for a period of time with great difficulty. But he had just returned to the Wind Realm when he was directly hunted down. He had no choice but to jump off the cliff and finally fell into the water. He was washed here by the current, and all the bones in his body were broken inch by inch, so he couldn't even struggle. There's a waterfall in front. There are countless submerged reefs there. If I go over in my current state, I'm afraid I'll die a horrible death. Qin, you couldn't help but shake his head. The successor of the number one family had fallen to such a state, being hunted down to the point where he didn't even have the strength to fight back. He didn't know how he used such a good identity to such a terrible situation. His talent was also considered good, but unfortunately his brain didn't seem to be very good. If it was true, then how could Situ Sheng not reveal his intentions from the beginning? And according to what Situ Hua said, he still fell for a few tricks before he recognized Situ Sheng's true colors. Situ Hua saw a little of the meaning of this shake of the head. Inevitably, his face flushed red. He didn't want to be like this, but before experiencing so many unforeseen events, he never thought that someone would be so vicious. His Situ clan's rules were very strict, so he never thought that someone would violate the clan's rules and even take the initiative to murder the clan's disciples. Let's not talk about these things for the time being. When he calmed down a little, Situ Hua noticed that Qin Yu's strength had increased. Situ Hua's eyes lit up. There was actually so much improvement in a short time. This feeling was too inconceivable. Then, his gaze fell on Xian Tianshenzhen. An idea suddenly came to his mind. He forced himself to kneel on the ground with his body that had just recovered a little and kowtowed to the master and disciple. Please lend me a hand. You and your disciple are not ordinary people. I can see that you don't care about worldly affairs, but please help me on account of the fact that we have met once. As long as you help me take back the Situ clan, I can give you more than half of the Situ clan as a gift. More than half of the property of the number one family with the greatest power in the wind boundary sounded quite valuable. It was enough to tempt most of the powerhouses in the wind boundary, no matter how fickle and uninterested they were in worldly affairs. However, no one could refuse such a huge amount of resources. Most likely, the powerhouses who wanted to become a guest of the Situ clan could break through the threshold. Situ Hua swallowed his saliva nervously. He wasn't sure whether the master and disciple would help him or not, but he only had this hope left now. But the master and disciple were unwilling to help him. He really had no way to ask for help. Xian Tianshenzhen looked at him and suddenly smiled at Qin Yu. What do you think? Qin Yu saw that smile and knew what was going on. If he didn't want to go, Xian Tianshenzhen would have refused long ago. Chapter 969. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Xian Tianshenzhen stood at the back with a smile. He knew that his disciple was telepathically connected to him and would definitely understand what he meant. Although this was a troublesome matter, it was a pleasure to help others, so why not? Qin Yu did not immediately agree, although he already had an idea in his heart. However, he still asked Situ Hua what kind of reward he could offer. Situ Hua was slightly excited, but he still endured the agitation and the pain in his body and reported a series of names of treasures. Every one of them was priceless, and he reported more than 100 of them before he stopped and took a sip of water to rest. However, the master and disciple were still unmoved. Even their expressions did not change at all. Finally, he thought of the blood feud that he carried. Situ Hua finally gritted his teeth and revealed the secret that he had been hiding in the bottom of his heart. This was originally something that only the patriarch of the Situ clan, or the successor of the next patriarch, could know. Of course, Situ Sheng did not have the right to know. However, Situ Hua was not too sure if he was the only one who knew about this. Because of this uncertainty, he directly told an outsider. Furthermore, the master and disciple duo could no longer be considered outsiders. Halfway through his words, he suddenly looked at Xuelan and hesitated. "This is my wife." A blush suddenly appeared on Xuelan's snow-white face. Situ Hua nodded with understanding. Since that was the case, he no longer had any scruples. He was not sure if Situ Sheng had racked his brains for the secret, and did not hesitate to hunt him down so that he could become the patriarch of the Situ clan. After all, this news was so big that no one could completely throw it to the back of their minds. As the largest clan in the Wind Realm, no one could replace them for hundreds of thousands of years. The Situ clan naturally had their own survival foundation. It was said that it was related to the legendary origin dragon. That was some information passed down from their ancestors. Due to his father's sudden death, he did not know much. He only knew that it was related to the origin dragon. Furthermore, he had inadvertently heard the name of a place from his father. It seemed to be closely related to the secret. If it's really as you said, the location is convenient and closely related, how do you know Situ Sheng didn't go there in advance? Perhaps he has already uncovered this so-called secret in advance and has been chasing you all this time just to silence you and prevent others from finding out. Qin, you only asked the most important question. Although it sounded like a good idea, the risks involved were huge. Moreover, these words sounded more and more unreliable. If he was really so powerful and had something to do with the origin dragon, why had the Situ clan always been just a clan? Moreover, the position of patriarch had been snatched away by a branch family. Situ Hua looked a little embarrassed. Actually, he couldn't guarantee anything. He only said what he knew. Although there were suspicions that he was trying to avoid the trivial, he had no intention of hiding it. Since he was asked, he answered truthfully. He wasn't sure himself. He couldn't guarantee how much he would be able to obtain now. All they could do was try their best to find outside help. Perhaps they could even find a way to take back everything that was supposed to belong to them. I can't guarantee whether this is true or not. Maybe it's more of a legend. However, you can rest assured that I won't do something like this. If you help me, I can give you half of the Situ clan. Anything that isn't the most important and will affect the clan's destruction. Even if it's some extremely precious natural treasures or some extremely precious inheritance. You can take whatever you like as long as you help me this time. Qin smiled and reached out to pull him up from the ground. If that's the case, I'll agree. Situ Hua finally shed tears of joy. All of this was the best news for him. He had witnessed the abilities of this pair of master and disciple with his own eyes. So what if he couldn't do it for the time being? As long as the master and disciple were willing to help him if they lost. At least from now on, he wouldn't be fighting alone. Moreover, with the abilities that this pair of master and disciple had shown before, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to turn things around this time. He would chase that ingrate, Situ Sheng, down from his position as the patriarch. Although he had agreed to Situ Hua's request now, it was impossible for them to directly fly to the Situ clan's residence now. There was a pool of wind there. There were countless whirlwinds around it. They were like blades that strangled anyone who didn't use the correct method to pass through. One had to use an extremely special password and movement technique to open it. Originally, Situ Hua could enter and exit it freely. He had great authority, but he dared not be sure now. After all, he had been chased out of the clan, and his ruthless uncle would definitely not let him live. If he were to change the incantation for entering and exiting based on this, he would undoubtedly die when the time came. With his current abilities, he didn't have the ability to force his way through. The pool of wind? It's just some small wind blades. As long as we forcefully open a path, we can go anywhere in the world. Xiantian Senzin didn't take this matter to heart at all, and he snorted disdainfully after hearing it. Not to mention his current abilities. Even if it was 10,000 years ago, or even earlier when he was young and impetuous, he wouldn't take this thing seriously. It was fine if this kind of thing was used to fool people outside, but those with some ability and knowledge might not be unable to see it. It could be broken through forcefully. As long as one could block the attack of the wind blades, one could come and go freely. Even in this wind realm, there are many powerhouses who could reach this point. Those people didn't force their way through only because they were afraid of the Situ clan's reputation as the #1 clan. Otherwise, if they wanted to, they had plenty of ways to break through the so-called extremely powerful barrier outside. Wouldn't it be easy to get in and out? Therefore, what was really used to guard against could only be other more secretive things. If it was true, there were no other means of defense other than these wind blades. That was to have absolute confidence in one's own abilities. No matter who came, they would definitely not be able to escape unscathed. Situ Hua was a little stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect this so-called powerful defense. In the eyes of the powerhouses, it was merely a toy used as a deterrent. What people were truly afraid of was the Situ clan itself, not the so-called pool of wind. But the people in the clan all think so. At least the younger generation of my generation and some of the more remote branches all seem to be proud of this. Chapter 970. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy translation, the more one thought about it, the more one would be able to recall some details that were usually overlooked. Xian Tian Senzin only sneered at him. Then he threw a book of martial skills to him. Your so-called pool of wind should be made from such a thing. I told you long ago that it's just trash, but you didn't believe me. Situ Hua's face was pale as he quickly flipped through it. Although most of the details were slightly different from the pool of wind in the Situ clan, there were many similarities. However, there were many similarities between them. It was just that their uses were different. This method of gathering wind blades was only used to make small traps, and its effect was extremely low. However, after some strengthening, the same method was used to create a pool of wind. It was the so-called extremely powerful defense around the Situ clan's main residence. He thought that the pool of wind was a powerful existence, but it turned out to be just this. Especially in the eyes of the powerhouses, it was just trash that could be casually thrown aside. They wouldn't even want to take a look at it. Qin Yu was a little curious, so he looked at a part of it from afar. Finally, he closed his eyes and began to try to communicate with the wind power in the wind realm. A light green blade gradually condensed in his palm. Then a second, third, and fourth appeared. Countless blades slowly appeared around him. In the end, they even began to spin slowly. After images were left around him, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. However, this was not the end. He felt that there were still some areas that could be improved. Then he tried to add a trace of annihilation divine thunder. Then there was a sudden boom, and the countless wind blades were mixed with tiny traces of lightning. The aura suddenly became extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy everything in the blink of an eye. Situ Hua couldn't help but retreat again and again. In the beginning, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression when he saw the countless plump parts gathered together. This was because it was almost 80% similar to the pool of wind in the Situ clan. However, after adding in a trace of divine lightning power, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. It became even more powerful. However, he finally accepted reality. Sure enough, it was just a decoration. He could only coax it, and it didn't know anything. If it was real, it might have an extremely powerful effect. But in fact, they were more like toys. This was especially true for powerful cultivators who could destroy them with a wave of their hand. Since that's the case, we can go straight to the main family. Kill that ingrate Situ Sheng. I remember the faces of those who tried to kill me. I remember all the ingrates who betrayed me. If it wasn't for them, how could my father have died? How could the position of the clan have fallen into Situ Sheng's hands? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and exploded. It was as if he could reach the place immediately and kill all the enemies. Xian Tian Senzin smiled and patted his shoulder, swatting away all the anger and hot-bloodedness that had surged up from who knew where. It was still early, and it wouldn't be good if there wasn't a reason. Since he wanted to help him take back everything, he naturally couldn't use brute force to kill everyone. Otherwise, when the Situ clan was almost completely destroyed by them, where were they going to find their rewards? Most of the things in Situ Sheng's hands belonged to him, so he naturally had to be a little more careful. It would be too cruel to use brute force to destroy everything. Don't you want to take back everything that belongs to you in a proper way? Don't you want to expose his true colors and let the world curse him every day? There should still be some innocent people in the Situ clan who don't know his true colors. They might even label you as a traitor, which is why they tried to kill you. Don't you want to expose everything and let the world know the truth? Situ Hua felt a little dizzy. Of course he wanted to. With a smile on his face, Qin Yu led Xuelon and walked at the front. If they continued to watch, they would see another person being tricked into a fool by Xian Tianshenzhen. As expected, Situ Hua wasn't the smartest person. He was fooled with just a few words. However, this was only slightly more troublesome, and it was more beneficial for them. For Situ Hua, who had been wronged for a long time, it shouldn't be a big deal, since he had been chased for so long. Even if he was chased for a while more and had to suffer for a while more, he shouldn't think much of it. Xuelon covered her mouth and snickered. After such a long time, Xian Tianshenzhen was still the same. There was no change at all. Not long after, the group gathered again. Situ Hua already had a determined look on his face. He seemed to be full of hope for the future. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the main clan and take back everything that belonged to him. Instead, he walked around the few cities under the Situ clan's name. Dongfeng City. This is one of the largest main cities under the Situ clan's name. Many of the main clan's powerhouses are stationed here. Many powerhouses often come here to settle down or even trade. Of course, there is also a lot of information here. From here, we can get in touch with the core members of the Situ clan. Looking at this familiar yet strange city, he didn't feel any grief or anger in his heart. There was only anticipation. That's right. As long as he exposed that ingrate's true colors, everyone would know his difficulties. At that time, not only would he be able to get back everything that originally belonged to him, the stain on his name would also disappear without a trace. What could be better than this? What profound heaven Immortal Venerable said was so true that he was suddenly enlightened. He understood why he hadn't been successful all this time. It wasn't that he was too weak. It was just that he was too weak alone. It wasn't that he was too stupid. It was just that he was blinded by anger and wasn't calm enough. He didn't find the best solution. He wanted to overthrow Situ Sheng, who was currently sitting on the Situ clan's head seat with his own strength. How could that be possible? Now that he had found a powerful ally, he was calm enough. Moreover, he was already calm enough. Success would definitely stand on his side in the future. Another one who was tricked. Xian Tianshenzhen was so angry that his beard was sticking up. How can you say that about your own master? Didn't I put in a lot of effort? Moreover, don't you think this is very interesting? If we use strength to crush them, it will be too boring because they will definitely lose. Now that we are here, we can play a few more rounds with them. Although he was powerful, his heart was not overshadowed by such great power. On the contrary, with the help of powerful strength, his heart was brought to the extreme. Chapter 971. He had been locked up for over 10,000 years. How could he not release his natural instincts at this moment? Speaking of being locked up for over 10,000 years, previously, he didn't find Xing Luo's figure in the 10 Directions world. Afterwards, he would definitely think of a way to find this little bastard. He actually dared to set his sights on him, and even resorted to opportunistic means. Since he was able to obtain those demonic spikes, Xing Luo must be related to the experts in the God realm. Since there was no trace of him in the 10 Directions world, that person must have come here. He didn't know if he would be able to find him in the Wind realm. However, every God realm was much bigger than the 10 Directions world. With his current strength, if he wanted to easily search every single person in the God realm, it would be somewhat difficult. However, if they were fated, they would meet again sooner or later. Since they were already involved, there would definitely be a chance for them to meet again. If there was no such person in the immortal realm, he would definitely be able to find him in other places. Qin Yu entered the noisy city. Now he no longer only had the dragon's soul by his side, but also his master and friends. From now on, he would no longer be alone. Master, I see that there are signs of a breakthrough in your body. Why have you been suppressing it? Xiantian Senzin didn't expect to be seen through so quickly. Originally, he wanted to prolong it for a while more. After a while, he would think about breaking through again. However, since he was seen through, he didn't hide it. With your talent and strength, it's normal for you to be able to easily see that I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. However, if I were to take another step, I would definitely reach the true God realm. I don't know how long you'll be in seclusion for. I'm really worried about you. With your current strength, although you can deal with most people, if you want to deal with Senzin, who is invincible below the true God realm, I'm still worried that you'll suffer in the hands of those old ghosts. To be able to reach such a powerful realm, which one of them didn't experience countless years and years. Naturally, their strength and talent didn't need to be mentioned. Experience was also the most important. Which one of them didn't experience many things? If they didn't use some underhanded methods, no one would be able to have such strength and status. Thus, all experts in a sect were respected by tens of thousands of people. It was impossible for there to be a pure and innocent person. In the past, he could not stand these things, so in the end he gave up on the profound heaven sect that he had single-handedly cultivated. Who asked him to recruit disciples from the sect to use all kinds of methods to fight for the position of his disciple? Originally, there were some geniuses who were pure and kind. They could be considered excellent candidates, but after he expressed some appreciation, he died of various accidents not long after. How could he not know what was going on? However, even after dealing with a group of people, the human heart was still the most unpredictable. Countless conspirators sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. This annoyed him to no end. In the end, he simply gave up and became an ancestor that guarded the rear. However, even if he had shut himself in and no longer cared about the trivial matters of the world, there were still people who tried to make a move on him. If not for him being at the crucial moment of breaking through to true God at that time, how could he possibly be schemed against by those ants? Qin Yu's current strength was already comparable to an ordinary Senzin. It would be easy for him to become even more powerful. If he could find Sora Shinran this time, Qin Yu's strength could go further and reach an even more powerful realm. Wait until this trip is over. Then I can leave in peace. He had been accumulating for too long. Now he was painstakingly suppressing it and not breaking through to that higher realm. However, he could not maintain it for too long. He could only wait until he left the wind realm. He had to find a place to temporarily break through. For an expert like him, no matter which divine realm it was not the best choice. He had already thought of where to break through. All kinds of places were not suitable for him, so he might as well break through in the void world. With many years of tacit understanding between master and disciple, Qin Yu had already guessed his thoughts. Although there will be some risks, I still wish master a safe return in advance. If others were here and saw the master and disciple decide to break through in the void world so easily, they would be stunned. That place was one of the most dangerous places known to the world. It did not belong to the ninefold divine realm, but the extremely chaotic place in the middle of several divine realms. It was like the void at the beginning of the chaos, but there were many extremely powerful demons nurtured inside, and they killed almost everyone they saw. And they were extremely powerful. They were extremely special creatures. Such unique nothingness creatures could be found everywhere in the nothingness world, and they had different expressions and different strengths. The only common characteristic was that they were hard to kill, and they were absolutely powerful. It's still too early to talk about this matter. Let's first help that little fool over there complete his idea. He's really young. He's too bad at dealing with things. Most importantly, he's too naive. He actually believed whatever he said. One had to know that the stronger the expert in this world, the more mysterious their thoughts were. But Sidu Hua, this brat, had developed a strong trust in him because of his strength. Suddenly, Xuelan stopped in her tracks. I'll be right back." Not long after, she came back, holding a delicate and beautiful little sugar figurine in her hand. There was a satisfied smile on her face. Qin Yu's footsteps paused slightly. While he was pausing, Xuelan put the little sugar figurine in his hand. The little sugar figurine was a boy and a girl leaning against each other, like a delicate boy and girl. It looked very right. Both of them had picturesque features. You could tell that when they grew up, they would definitely be peerless beauties. Xuelan's expression was very serious. "I've already made them, and they're not as ugly as before. Aren't they much prettier than when they were young?" Her face, which was always as cold as ice, now had a bit of innocence. Qin Yu put his hand on her head. His other hand took the little sugar figurine. Then he used a secret technique to seal it. From now on, it would never melt again. It was as sturdy as a powerful artifact. Then he put it away. Xuelan saw it from the corner of her eyes, and her smile became even brighter. She remembered the first time she wanted to give Qin Yu a gift, so she secretly made a sugar figurine. Unfortunately, what she made in the end was extremely ugly. It was crooked and could barely be seen as two little people leaning against each other. But after all, she was young at that time. Every time Xuelan thought of it, she would make a new sugar figurine. After countless years of accumulation, she had accumulated such good craftsmanship. The figurine was extremely exquisite and lifelike. It could be considered as fulfilling one of her previous regrets. Chapter 972. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. There was a whoosh of the five-colored light. It flashed past like a ribbon. It left a fleeting shadow in the sky. These guys don't even know how to conceal themselves. They just appeared in public. Situ Hua was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This was supposed to be a secret team. But for some reason, Situ Shen allowed this secret team to appear in front of everyone. So much so that this mysterious team lost its original effect. This was a surprise attack. It was forcefully used as a small fry. Qin Yu accurately captured the silhouettes on the five-colored silhouettes. He saw the unwillingness in their eyes, especially when they noticed the gazes of the ordinary people on the ground. Their faces were flushed red. They seemed to be very angry. However, they still appeared in public without any concealment, and everyone knew of their existence. From this, he could guess that Situ Shen must have asked them to do so. If he wanted to try, he would have been more decisive. Since he had doubts in his heart, Qin Yu casually threw out a small sword and directly sensed the speed of the five-colored light. It stabbed hard into the back of one of the Situ family disciples. Although it was not fatal, it was enough to knock him down. From afar, it looked like a five-colored stream of light had fallen. After all, Situ Hua's strength was still shallow. Currently, he was still in his original realm. However, it seemed like he was about to make a breakthrough. He wanted to make a breakthrough, but in the end he did not. Therefore, with his strength, he did not see what was going on. He only saw that his family's address had suddenly fallen. For a moment, he felt very complicated. After all, that was a team that his father had personally led. Even now, he did not have a good impression of the entire Situ family. However, he couldn't bring himself to hate this group of people no matter what. As Qin Yu left with Xuelan, Xiantian Senzin also grabbed Situ Hua's collar and directly dragged him out of the city. It was also the place where the disciple who was riding the five-colored stream of light had landed. Since you're unwilling, why do you have to obey orders? Could it be that you have never thought of resisting? According to what I know, the Situ clan has already changed to a new master. Moreover, I heard that he was extremely vicious and merciless. He even wanted to exterminate the descendants of the original direct line of descent, not even leaving a single one behind. The disciple who had suddenly descended from the sky already knew that he had been attacked. But when he heard this string of words, he couldn't help but be stunned. He was just an ordinary member of the Situ clan, so he didn't know so many secrets. However, he was right. Their bloodline only obeyed the orders of the original family head. The reason why they had no choice but to come out was because the newcomer's family had forced them to come out. They were told to look for something, but they didn't have an accurate clue. He was simply asking them to search for something out of thin air. However, the Situ clan was powerful and influential. As long as this item existed in this world, it would definitely be destroyed. If he continued searching for a long time, he would definitely be able to find that item. Is what you said true? Are Situ Guang's men really so vicious and merciless that they won't even spare the patriarch's descendant? I heard that the young master has been missing for a long time, and he hasn't been found. I also heard that Situ Guang sent out many people to look for him, but they haven't been able to find him yet. They should have thought of this. If the patriarch of the clan really wanted to find someone, how could he not be found? Then there was only one possibility left. Situ Hua didn't want to be found, or he had simply been killed. But if he had been killed, there should have been a corpse. Now that everyone was in a state of panic, people like them, who were part of the old master's faction, had never been welcomed. Even if they were a surprise force, a powerhouse who had been hiding in the dark and caught them off guard, they would still be sent out. They would still be sent out on a mission. So much so that all of them had to take the initiative to come out and do some damn mission. They had exposed their whereabouts. From then on, they were just useless chess pieces, existences that could be abandoned at any time. Then, Situ Hua rushed over and heard these words. He walked over in 2 or 3 steps, grabbed that person's collar, and put his face in front of him. Take a look at who I am. Now, he still had some injuries on his body that hadn't been healed immediately. But if it was someone familiar, they would still be able to recognize who he was. That person wasn't so stupid that he couldn't even recognize his young master. When he saw him, he was first shocked. Then he was angry because he noticed the injuries on Situ Hua's body. Who did this? I will definitely tear him into pieces. Situ Hua's face was full of mockery. He didn't know if he was mocking the person in front of him or himself. Who else could it be? That lunatic Situ Shang spent so much manpower and resources to keep hunting me down. Even when I escaped to the celestial realm, he almost found me. If it weren't for some help midway, changing my appearance and gaining a slightly stronger identity, and those people couldn't figure out who I was and didn't attack me directly, I would have been long gone. Previously, after they separated, he had been grateful to Qin Yu countless times for his great kindness. Putting that useless title on him not only brought him trouble, but also the acknowledgement of his strength by everyone. With such a reputation and some strength of his own, he was able to guard it well. So no one dared to have any ideas about him. Even if he was later found by the Situ family, the celestial realm wasn't the Situ family's home ground. In addition, his strength was unprecedentedly strong. Everyone was talking about how invincible he was, and a group of strong people gathered around him. In addition, he had intentionally mixed himself into the crowd and received the worship and respect of many people. Those people couldn't do anything to him, and he escaped crisis after crisis. If it weren't for Di Xiaoyu's seemingly superfluous action before leaving, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Qin Yu suddenly notices that there are some extremely subtle movements in his surroundings. He directly grabbed one person in each hand and carried them into the city. Under the circumstance that no one was alerted, he quickly hid in an extremely grand and beautiful house. He picked a few secluded rooms to hide in. Not long after, the tracking gaze disappeared. Xiantian Senzin suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. This isn't a simple place. Disciple, you really know how to choose a place. It's a blessing, not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Who knows if this is an opportunity or not? Chapter 973. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation in the Dusk Corner. There were romantic peach blossoms on a peach tree and fully ripe fruits. Flowers and fruits grew at the same time. A young girl stood next to it, holding a kettle and watering it slowly. After the water fell, it left a light green mark on the ground, but it disappeared in an instant. All of a sudden, his movements came to a halt as his gaze fell upon a remote area. She seemed to see the guests who had just arrived through the layers of the house. The pursuers rushed in quickly. Suddenly, they saw the young girl's figure and hurriedly stopped. There was a sudden look of horror on their faces. They bowed deeply and said in fear and trepidation, "Greetings, Dongming Saintess." The girl's face was calm. "This is where I live." "Who gave you so much power to barge in without saying a word?" They said that they were chasing a suspicious person. Their faces were already covered in sweat. Although the girl didn't say anything, those people couldn't stay any longer. They hurriedly said goodbye and left. They stood in place for a long time. Another peach blossom quietly bloomed from the bud. Suddenly it fell. It fell into the hands of the Dongming Saintess. A few small peach blossoms suddenly fell into the room from outside. Xuelan first noticed these beautiful petals, then felt that something was wrong. When they came in just now, they didn't see any peach trees in the courtyard, let alone peach blossoms. So where did these fresh peach blossoms come from? The owner must have noticed our arrival. Since we're already here, we're guests. As the owner, shouldn't you come out to welcome the guests? The door was suddenly opened with a bang. A young girl in snow-white clothes, complicated gold ornaments on her head. It made her palm-sized face look even more white and noble. "I'm the Dongming Saintess. You came uninvited, and now you're blaming me for my hospitality. Your strength is special. Why don't you compete with me?" After saying that, she directly attacked. There was no gap in between. Her attack was as fast as lightning. Countless petals flew from nowhere. It looked extremely beautiful. It was as if it was raining flowers, but there was a fatal killing intent hidden in it. Qin Yu remained motionless. However, when the sky was filled with flowers, he suddenly waved his hand and shot out a bolt of divine lightning. Not only were all the flowers charred, but they were also charred. His aura did not diminish and landed directly on the body of the Dongming, holy maiden, who had suddenly appeared. The white-clothed girl was caught off guard by this divine lightning. He hurriedly defended himself, but he was greatly restrained. In the end, he barely managed to block it, exhausting the power of the divine lightning. However, he also ended up in a sorry state. The black marks on his body looked extremely comical. It no longer had the holiness it had when it first appeared. Seeing her in such a sorry state, the Dongming Saintess was furious. "Aren't you afraid that I'll summon everyone in the city? At that time, if I give the order, you will have no place to escape. As the Dongming Saintess, I have a very high right to speak in the entire city. Even the city lord has to listen to my orders." In response, a bolt of divine lightning descended from the sky and struck the top of her head. His entire body was completely black, and he looked like a little street beggar with a dusty face, not to mention a saintess. Appearing in front of everyone like this on a bustling street. At that time, there would definitely be kind-hearted people who would throw her a sum of money for food. After being struck into charcoal, the Dongming Saintess could not even breathe. Her internal organs had suffered serious injuries. Especially when this bolt of divine lightning struck the top of her head, it made her dizzy. In the end, he was so angry that he fell straight to the ground. She had already fallen into a coma. Xiantian Senzin was a little dumbfounded. Originally, this saintess looked pretty good, and he was ready to watch a show. But who knew that this disciple did not know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex? He had missed out on such a great show for nothing. A hint of a smile appeared in Xuelan's eyes. She went over to check on the injuries. There was not much of a hindrance. The reason why she fainted was completely because of anger. After all, we don't want to borrow her courtyard as a place to stay. Let's save her first. First, he injected the purest force in the world into her body. Slowly, the injuries that had been struck into charcoal by the divine lightning were healed. Then he fed her a high-quality, heavenly treasure to temporarily nourish her heart meridians. When things were over, Situ Hua was finally able to come out to take a look. At first, he did not recognize who this piece of charcoal was. Later, when he saw clearly, he patted his head. This misunderstanding was a bit big. The Dongming Saintess was his younger sister. Dongming is not very sensible. She was sent to the immortal land to cultivate at a young age and became the disciple of a mysterious master. If she has offended you in any way, please forgive her. There are also heavenly treasures for her to use. Put them on my head. I will definitely return them. I will definitely return them. He nodded and bowed while wiping the sweat on his head. Being caught in the middle, he really felt a little embarrassed. Now that they had acknowledged each other, this courtyard was just right for them to stay. In addition to Dongfeng City, there were also West Wind City, South Wind City, and North Wind City. There were a total of 4 main cities. The central and most core area was the location of the entire Sidu family. The residence of a family was even larger than a city. Dongfeng City was the leader of the 4 main cities. It was also the place where they were staying now. Since it was the most prosperous place, there was also a lot of information about the Sidu family and so on. Let's not talk about this for now. The first thing the Dongming Saintess did after waking up was to take revenge. Later, Situ Hua had a hard time persuading her. He also explained the stakes in this matter. Only then did she settle down a little. It was just that she could not take this lying down. So she came to the door to learn from each other. This time, although he had made a reservation in advance, she still did not wait for Qinyu to agree and could not wait to attack. Countless flowers formed a bright giant dozens of meters tall. It looked like a toy piled up with flowers and was generally only used for viewing. But its strength was not weak and its movements were extremely agile. The power of one palm could shatter mountains and rivers. If it weren't for the fact that this huge residence was covered with defensive formations, the entire residence would have been destroyed. It could be repaired after being damaged. This huge mansion had long been reduced to ruins. It could not withstand such a great power. Qin Yu stood at the foot of the giant, looking incomparably small. But he was still calm. What a showy thing! It would be better if I could spend all my energy on improving my combat strength. Chapter 974. A dragon shadow directly pierced through the giant's vitals. The incomparably huge giant was like a piece of paper, torn apart with a single poke. The body made of flowers finally turned into a rain of flowers that filled the sky. It was beautiful beyond compare, but it also made the Dongming Saintess face even paler. You and I are at the same level of strength. Why did you play it down so easily? This move of mine can already be considered invincible among those at the same level. Master has praised me countless times for my comprehension, for being able to create such a powerful move. I actually lost to you so easily. Qin Yu left without any interest. She was just a little girl who didn't know much about the world. Even though he could still be considered to have some talent, his talent was all used up in fancy places. If it was like he said, she used all of it to increase her strength. This giant's strength clearly couldn't have reached this level. To be able to reach this level with a self-created move, it could already be considered pretty good. But it was clear that she was used to being praised since she was young. So much so that she couldn't even see her own shortcomings. She was still so proud of a flawed work. It had to be said that it was lamentable. After Qin Yu left, the supporting female lead couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. She couldn't believe that she had lost so easily, and she had lost so miserably, and in the move that she was most proud of, she had lost so thoroughly. Situ Hua slowly walked out, a look of pity on his face. He didn't approve of the supporting female lead from the start, but she had taken the initiative to throw away her life like this. But there was nothing he could do. This child didn't listen, so he could only let the supporting female lead suffer a loss. Was Qin Yu someone that just anyone could provoke? When the time came, she would probably end up with her body smashed to pieces. As someone who knew a little about Chinyu, he could see clearly. Chin, you still left some face for her. Otherwise, when he destroyed the giant, he could have injured the supporting female lead as well. At that time, he wouldn't just be bedridden for a while. As long as he used a few heavenly treasures, it wouldn't take long for him to be so lively. That was a serious injury. In the future, it's better to see clearly who you can provoke and who you absolutely cannot provoke. I have to say that there is always someone better than you in this world. You have to remember this. Don't become arrogant because of your talent. Otherwise, you will only be disheartened and suffer a great blow when you meet an existence stronger than you. The supporting female lead's face was somewhat blank. Was this really the case? Thinking about it carefully, it did seem to make some sense. She thought she had a chance to win. The final result was a crushing defeat. Moreover, it was so embarrassing. So much so that if this news spread out, it would bring shame to his own sect. Situ Hua decided to give the supporting female lead some time to think it over. He wanted to ease his emotions. She had always been a proud child of the heavens, but she had suddenly encountered such a huge setback, and almost all the facts were telling her, "You're just an ordinary person." In front of a true genius, he could even be called a cripple. No matter what, this was something that the supporting female lead, who had always been sought after by others, could not bear. There were a few secret underground trading places in Dongfeng City. They would often sell heavenly treasures and divine weapons of unknown origin. There were also some information that seemed to be true, and even all kinds of treasures that could not be found in the outside world. As long as one could offer a high enough price, someone would be able to take it out. This kind of underground trading place was practically half open. Although it had always been very secretive, many people knew of its existence. Very few people in the government cared about it. Situ Hua more or less understood this. It wasn't that the people in the clan didn't care. It was that this kind of existence simply couldn't manage it. Moreover, many people in the clan had connections with these places. From time to time, they would take some kickbacks, who would take the initiative to bring up the benefits they received. There were so many benefits that they couldn't get anywhere else. So much so that it was tacitly accepted. Even if someone in the clan wanted to collect something, they could come here and secretly hide their identity, then spend a large amount of money to buy it. This was a matter of mutual benefit, so why wouldn't he do it? But this place was also a dark place. In addition, in the most important Dongfeng city, there was a lot of information about the Situ family. Thankfully, there were not many people who secretly sold private pictures and information. This place only needed to point a finger. Even if the force was the most powerful, it was also very difficult for people to find out their identities. What information do you want to buy here? Chin, you coldly spat out these 3 words. The attendant's expression changed greatly. Then he immediately looked around and pulled them into a separate room. There was a special array here that could isolate all sounds. Not only could people outside not see what was happening in this room, but they also couldn't hear anything. Even if they used a special technique, no one would be able to hear their conversation through the thick formation. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? All of us are begging for food under the Situ clan. You want to investigate the Situ family as soon as you arrive, and you're not afraid of being seen in public. Of course, we can help you investigate, but the price, it depends on whether you can afford it or not. They all wore thick cloaks that could isolate them from the sight of outsiders. This could help them reduce a lot of the attention from outsiders. There was no need to talk about trust in a place like this. Even the attendant who was laughing and talking at this moment might laugh and reveal information to others in the next moment. To them, only great strength and price could move them. Either your strength and influence were so great that they didn't dare to provoke you, or you had enough money to make them risk their lives for money. If they couldn't do either of these 2 things, then they could betray you at any time. In order to get more money, They definitely wouldn't recommend selling a part of the information to a few people who were the same. As for the disputes that would arise later, it had nothing to do with them. This was the rule. The price was, of course, not an exaggeration. Not to mention Xian Tianshenzhen. Qin Yu had many natural treasures in his hands, so it wouldn't be strange if he brought out a mountain. In comparison, Situ Hua was completely poor. The assets he had could only be called pitiful. He seemed somewhat out of place in this group. He took out treasures one by one. The attendant couldn't help but want to directly snatch them. At the last moment, he restrained himself. Now he could still propose a higher price. Therefore, he said that these weren't enough and he wanted more. Chapter 9:75. The flame-like jade had just been taken out. The attendant immediately pounced forward. However, he was burned by the flame in the jade and had no choice but to withdraw his hand with some regret. However, his exclamation still sounded as expected. It's actually the legendary stone fire. Although it's not something unique to the Wind Realm, it's very valuable. However, its value is extremely high. This is especially true for some forgers who like to refine treasured artifacts. It's just what they want. If I resell it to some family, I wonder how much I can earn from it. His saliva was about to drip down. If he really held this item in his hands, he would be willing to sacrifice his life for it. For such a valuable treasure, he was willing to pay a huge price. Even if there was a possibility of risking his life, he would not hesitate, because this price was completely worth it. At this moment, he was trying to think of which side he should sell it to. It seemed that the young master of the Zhao family had this intention. He should think carefully about which side he should sell it to. This seemed to have a huge impact on his future. If he could sell it to... Oh no, it was to give it to some big family. The benefits he could obtain were not just what he could see on the surface, not to mention the position of an elder. He would also be able to obtain a long period of worship. Xiantian Shenzhen quickly put away the stone fire. You're really greedy. You want to be so heartless and keep such a treasure. I just don't know if the real person in charge here is willing to see such a treasure fall into your hands. The attendant's expression immediately changed, as if a bucket of cold water was poured directly on his head. Indeed, originally, only a portion of these things belonged to him. If there was really something extremely rare, it would definitely not belong to him. Now, if they discussed it in private, perhaps the item could still fall into his hands. If they did not discuss it properly, then he would have no hope at all. After understanding this point, the following things would be much easier to do. If it was really completed, it would be a good thing for both sides. It would be mutually beneficial. The attendant received them with the best attitude. Then he told them all the information he knew. The current Situ family was different from the past. The current head of the family was spending a lot of effort to find something. However, very few people knew what they were looking for. In order to find this item, the current patriarch, Situ Shang, had spent a lot of manpower and resources. If he didn't reveal some truly valuable information, he wouldn't be able to obtain the stone fire he wanted. Those delusions from before were just his own thoughts, and they would never succeed. Therefore, he simply told him everything he knew, including the most valuable piece of information that he knew. He didn't hide it at all. Now that she was in his room, he had no choice. He had nothing to worry about. At worst, he would fight to the death. If things didn't develop to that stage, then it would naturally be good for everyone. If things really developed to that point, he would definitely not be at a disadvantage. I heard that Situ Tuxing is looking for some traces of Shenron. Of course, that's just hearsay. Some people say that he's looking for the divine weapon. There are also people who say that he's looking for a hidden treasure. Among these theories, there is only one that has the highest possibility. He must have found some traces of a divine weapon. That's why he spent so much effort searching. This was a little surprising. They thought that it should be Shenron, but now someone told them that it wasn't Shenron but a divine weapon. Situ Hua's face, which was covered by the large black cloak, became a little confused. It seemed that he was really recalling. He didn't know what a divine weapon was, but if the news came from here, it had a certain degree of credibility. Especially after they paid such a high price, they should be able to buy real information. This was the rule. They weren't weak, so no one would dare to fool them. Moreover, this was a mutually beneficial thing for both sides. This person had no reason to deceive them. If this person's words were somewhat credible, then what he said before was completely untrustworthy. Therefore, he hurriedly tried to sound him out. I heard that it was related to Shinran. How did it become a divine weapon? The number of chips he could take out was too little, so now he had to rely on this point. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that he would still have people to help him. It was extremely difficult to find a few helpers, even if he had joined forces with his sister now. But how could he have feelings for his sister, whom he hadn't seen for years? His trust in this sister was even less than Qin Yu's. The servant felt that his voice was a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. But he just suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Even if he had heard it somewhere before, so what? It was not easy for him to find out. So he told him what he needed to know truthfully. There were rumors that the divine weapon was related to Shinran, but this was just a rumor. He didn't know anything more. I've told you all that I know. Although I'm not sure whether it's true or not, the source of this information is reliable. So whether it's true or not, at least more than half of it can be trusted. The specifics still depend on your own choice. Can you give me the reward? This way he would have to pay more. But he could get more real information because only then would people not avoid the Situ family. He would tell them some insider information. If Situ Sheng wanted to block the news, they could ask directly. Instead, it would arouse some people's vigilance. This would cause them to be exposed prematurely. Qin Yu left the underground trading place. Although there were countless things here, he was not interested in any of them. They couldn't even compare to some of the things in his hands. So what value could they have? At present, apart from this, they only had a place name that was the most valuable. Instead of being timid, they might as well go to the address and take a look. Even if they had to take a certain risk, if they didn't go, they would never know what was there. At first, he didn't know what Xiantian Shenzhen and Situ Hua were thinking. Later, when he understood, he felt that it was completely unnecessary. Now that they had an accurate location, they might as well go and take a look. Why did they come to Dongfeng City to slowly gather information? There might be a good show to watch, but it was too much of a waste of time. Chapter 976. Xiantian Shenzhen chuckled. In any case, his desire to watch the show had been satisfied, so he might as well go. This was indeed a bit time-consuming. Although there was a good show to watch, he did not have that much time to slowly watch the show. The speed of his strength increasing was faster than he expected. He did not have much time left. Even if he felt that it was a pity that he could not watch a good show in the Wind Domain, but he could not care so much. Situ Hua's eyes lit up. That place was not very far from here, although it was a bit troublesome, but he might really be able to find something there. If the thing that Situ Sheng spent so much effort to find could land in his hands, even if it did not land in his hands, it would be very satisfying if he could give it to someone else as a gift. I remember that there is an extremely hidden cave over there. You have to take 2 steps forward and then take 2 steps back. After 3 steps, you have to take 5 steps forward and then take 2 steps back. Then you can see a door appear. When you go in, you will see a sky full of flying snow and yellow sand. Half of it was flying snow, and the other half was yellow sand. Only after going in would you know how shocking the scenery was. If you were in the middle of that boundary, you could feel that your left hand was holding a thick ball of ice-cold snow, and your right hand was holding a thick layer of grinding sand. 2 strange feelings appeared on your body at the same time, making you feel surprised. Most importantly, there were no traces of people here. In other words, the scenery here was not deliberately made by someone. There were no formations set up here, nor were there any traces of modification. All the scenery was caused by the unique environment here, because the aura here was somewhat different. On one side was the sky full of snow, and on the other side was the sky full of yellow sand. Both were related to the wind, but there was also a huge difference. After so many years, Situ Hua felt that it was rather novel to come to this place again. But for some reason, although he was very interested in this place before, he had never come here again. It was as if he had forgotten something. In such a strange place, he did not know if there were any other special existences. If there were, it would be troublesome. If there were none, it would be much better. After walking for a long time, the environment did not change at all. The environment here was extremely forgettable. In fact, this was a very dangerous place. It was not a comfortable place for them to wander around. Did you hear the sound of the wind? Qin Yu suddenly stopped and listened attentively to all the sounds around him. He clearly felt that there was a sound brushing past his ears. It seemed to be the wind, but it didn't seem to be. There was no warmth, only a whistling sound. However, he had a feeling that what brushed past him just now was not wind. Instead, they were truly living creatures. If there were any living creatures that could survive here, they would need to be vigilant. The others also suddenly heard some rustling sounds. This voice was very obvious. It was not the kind of existence that was hidden so deeply that they could not sense it. As one could imagine, there wasn't much danger. It was just that there were suddenly living creatures, and it sounded like there were more than one or two of them. They still needed to be vigilant. This was a mysterious place. No one knew how many secrets were hidden here. To be able to make the top families of this world pay so much attention to it, it must not be something simple. It's the wind spirits. These little guys like to hide in the wind. But don't be fooled by their nice names. They are all extremely ferocious and love to eat flesh. And they love the flesh of children the most. I really don't know how this fool got out of here alive. A group of translucent, butterfly-like creatures with wings flew out. Every time they flew, there would be a gust of wind, just like the real wind. Coupled with their translucent wings, if they were hidden under the sun, it was really hard to distinguish. However, each of them had extremely fierce fangs. There was a small hole in the middle of the fangs. As long as these small fangs pierced their skin, they would immediately suck their blood and devour their flesh. And this kind of landscape forest could produce a large group of them at once. Imagine an overwhelming number of creatures that could devour flesh. No matter how strong they were, if there was no restraint, it would be difficult to achieve a good attacking effect. However, these guys were not afraid of fire or water. They had almost no natural enemies. This made things a little difficult for him. If there was really someone who was so unlucky as to encounter so many wind spirits, there was a very high possibility that they would die without a burial place. Speaking of this, Xiantian Senzin suddenly laughed. Now weren't they that group of unlucky people? This group of unlucky people was really unlucky. Not only did they encounter the legendary rare wind spirits, but they also encountered a large group of them at once. The wind spirits that almost covered the sky suddenly appeared. They were so densely packed that they looked dazzling. Their figures were translucent and almost difficult to see under the light. However, they were able to see a lot in an instant. And because of the light, there was still a lot that they could not see. They could even casually wave their hands and knock down a dozen of them. They were so densely packed that the few of them were not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of this group of wind spirits. This is a bit troublesome. These guys are not afraid of fire or water. Maybe we can try using divine thunder. Disciple, you do it. Master is not good at using divine thunder of annihilation. This thing requires comprehension, and Master, my comprehension is placed elsewhere. He knew how to use it, but as a master he did not study it for long. So much so that his strength was not even comparable to Qin Yu's. How could he have the nerve to take it out? However, he quickly took out another type, supreme immortal thunder of night, that was slightly inferior to divine thunder of annihilation. He was more proficient in using this. Using the power of thunder and lightning to knock down all these guys was destined to be a bit troublesome. But after all, he was powerful. It was very easy to give them a safe passage through. With great difficulty, they finally reached the core area after passing through layers and layers of attacks from the wind spirits. Here they saw a small platform. There were more than a dozen shelves on the platform. All of them were filled with all kinds of fresh corpses that were still flowing with blood. They did not know where these people came from, but without exception, they were extremely unlucky and died here. It could even be said that they died with grievances. Qin Yu suddenly remembered what he had heard before. If the wind spirits suddenly appeared, it would be a disaster. Chapter 977. Fresh blood was still dripping from the fresh corpses. Their expression before death was one of pain, and this painful expression would be forever etched on their faces. It would never disappear. Oh no, this isn't a holy land. Or rather, this place has been transformed into a place where evil spirits gather. Xiantian Senzen's expression suddenly changed. If it was just him and his disciple, there wouldn't be a problem. However, the problem now was that they had a burden with them. They were the ones who brought Situhua here. Of course, they couldn't just leave him be. However, if they really wanted to drag him along, he would be a burden. He had been dragging them down all this time. Little Xuelon, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on this burden for me. If he dares to run, break his legs. If he dares to scream, sew his mouth shut. In any case, don't let him waste our time here. What kind of nonsense is this? How could they bring us to such a place? Hua's body suddenly trembled. After hearing this, he did not dare to make any rash movements. He squatted at the side obediently and hugged his head. He didn't speak, move, or look. Anyway, it was fine as long as he trusted them. He didn't know why, but everyone's expression changed drastically. However, looking at the strange scene, they knew that it wasn't the time for him to speak. It was better to hide as well as possible. Otherwise, it would only be a huge disaster for him. Looking at everything in front of them, Xiantian Senzen suddenly took out a flame without any temperature. It was very cold, but it had an extremely strong power. In the blink of an eye, everything in front of them was burned to a crisp. However, not long after, this strange place appeared again. This time it wasn't a real thing. It was a blurry image. This meant that this time, they didn't have any ability to burn this place to a crisp. They could only watch as this platform appeared again. Ha! How dare you play this trick in front of me? You must be tired of living. Qin Yu saw that Xiantian Senzen still wanted to use that dangerous method to solve all of this. He immediately stopped him. This kind of thing should be left to one-eyed. It might be different from an illusion, but it was still an image. It was much more convenient to let one-eyed do it than to let other people do it. Why would he use an even more troublesome method when he had a ready-made tool that was easy to use? One-eyed was pulled out in a daze. Looking at everything in front of him, he had a headache. For some reason, he loathed the image in front of him and didn't want to get close. If I tell you to do it, just do it. You should have a way to solve it, right? He keeps appearing. It's too annoying. Suddenly, a huge rock that was half the height of a person appeared in Qin Yu's hand, and he easily held it in his palm. There seemed to be something flowing in the center of the stone. She looked extremely beautiful. One-eyed looked at the huge rock and immediately agreed, rushing forward impatiently. Looking at this strange platform, a drop of sparkling and translucent tear suddenly flowed out of the huge eye. As soon as it flowed down, it turned into a drop of transparent crystal. Then it was directly thrown over by One-eyed, and all the illusions were solved. Anything that was fake had no ability to exist. Only the physical body could be preserved under the teardrop solution. After all this, One-eyed directly hugged a huge rock and left happily. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. Although it was a good collection for him, it could solve all of this. So what if it was a piece of stone? It was just that he didn't expect that he still underestimated One-eyed's ability to be able to solve all of this so easily. Xiantian Senzen was the most shocked, watching One-eyed skipping away. The shock in his eyes still hadn't subsided. What the hell is this thing? It has a big eye, thin hands and feet. Its ability is actually so heaven-defying, it can be solved with almost no effort. It seems that this is also a magical treasure. Facing these surprised tones, Chinyu smiled indifferently. I just got it by chance. Speaking of which, the situation at that time was still a little complicated. But this little guy was also very easy to raise. If he had nothing to do, he would casually throw some precious ores to him, and he would be able to sleep peacefully all day long. When the image was completely deciphered, everything around them became slightly different. Although those wind spirits were still there, they didn't have the intention to attack people. Every one of them acted as if they didn't see them, and all of them hid in their own places. Lying down peacefully, all of them gathered together. When Situ Hua raised his head again, he saw that everything around him was gone. Everywhere seemed to be a very peaceful scene. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh of relief. It was all in the past now. In the end, knowledge still made him feel a little disappointed. He originally thought that there might be some treasures here, but he didn't see any treasures. Instead, he saw a bunch of strange and dangerous creatures. The reason why he was still able to keep his life was all because of Chinyu. He didn't dare to ask for more. This pair of master and disciple was able to save his life, and didn't pursue the matter of his information being fake. He was already satisfied. This time, it was indeed my fault for not thinking things through. I also don't dare to ask for more things after this. Regarding this matter, I must apologize to you, because I didn't know that this place would be so dangerous. I rashly brought you here and almost put you in danger. I'm sorry I said that if there's a chance in the future, I will definitely repay this life-saving grace. Now that he thought about it, she had already saved his life twice. He had already been saved by this pair of master and disciple twice. Counting up the 2 favors that he still hadn't repaid, he felt that the pressure on his body was a little too great. All of a sudden, Chinyu stops him from speaking. Perhaps this time, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything. In the most important position, there was an extremely beautiful large blade. This large blade was extremely wide, and the back of the blade was as long as a finger. It emitted a strong smell of blood, as if it could suppress everything. Although it emitted a strong smell of blood, it didn't have any evil aura, as if it only existed to suppress something. When Xiantian Senzin saw this blade, he suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. This large blade gave him a very different feeling. It seemed that a lot of history and secrets were hidden in this blade. At a glance, he could see the simple and profound meaning within. But even more, with his current eyesight, he couldn't see through it. Chapter 978. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Suddenly, countless phantoms appeared on the saber. They seemed to be roaring ferociously, but also seemed to be auspicious. Such a strange scene also matched the snowstorm and sandstorm they had seen earlier. I know. I've finally figured out what this place is. With yin and yang as the foundation, it separates the 2 realms, and there are 2 layers on the outside and inside. With such a natural place as the foundation, such a treasure was born. In my opinion, this material is exceptional, exceptionally rare, the world's only extreme furnace divine metal. There seemed to be an explanation for everything. Such an excellent material was in the hands of an expert, using a special place to create a divine place that nurtured natural spiritual treasures. Then it was controlled. After tens of thousands of years, heaven and earth nurtured such a peerless treasure. It was just that no one knew what happened later. At least not long ago. Someone had touched this excellent sacred place. So much so that such a domain with immortal chi was tampered with and turned into a killing array. If someone came here after getting the news from various places, they would be killed. This sand town should not be targeting them because they came here on a whim. But it seemed that other than them, there was no one who wanted to come here. Only the current Situ clan's patriarch, Situ Shang. Situ Hua understood everything and was a little annoyed. He had inexplicably helped that ingrate escape a calamity. Originally, this should be Situ Shang's responsibility. No matter how strong he was, no matter how many helpers he had with him, under the siege of countless wind spirits, it was obvious that he could not leave unscathed. But now their arrival had broken all of this, so that Situ Shang could retreat unscathed. Even if they came here again, they had completely solved the strangeness of this place. In the future, the same thing would not happen again. How could this not make him feel annoyed? If he knew that things would be like this, if that was the case, he wouldn't have brought these experts here. Don't be too upset. This blade is not an ordinary item. Although the previous crisis was indeed difficult to resolve with the accumulation of powerful manpower and material resources, after a long period of time and the sacrifice of human lives, the crisis will eventually be resolved. Although the wind elves are extremely rare and there are things that can restrain them, it's not like there are none. With your Situ family's influence, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to find a miraculous item that can restrain the wind spirit within half a year. Xuelan, on the other hand, was not as polite. Instead of sighing in frustration here, it was better to look at their current harvest. Although he didn't know who had set up such a big trap for Situ Shang, causing him to believe it without a doubt, he didn't know who it was. But after all, it was modified by someone after birth. As for the core area, even the person who had been transformed was not qualified to approach it. The wonders that had been set up here were still maintained, and the treasures that had already been nurtured could now be taken out. Big brother you, quickly pull out this blade. The speed of your improvement is too fast. I'm afraid that the weapon in your hand is not suitable for you. Although it can still be used, it's not very suitable for you. Now this blade has come out just in time. It's bold and decisive. Although most of the weapons in Qin Yu's hands could still be used, they were all the weapons that he had obtained before. Now, only the drinking dragon's sword was the most suitable for him. As for the others, they could only be said to be ordinary. After all, the speed of his improvement was much faster than that of ordinary people. Now, it was time for him to reach a higher level. A powerful weapon could allow his battle strength to double again. This time, there were a total of 4 people in the group. Needless to say, Xiantian Senzin naturally didn't need to be mentioned. Although this blade was extremely good, it was not suitable for him. He had countless magic treasures scattered around in his hands. Although they were not bad to him, at his current level, his strength was already extremely powerful. He could cause changes in the world with just a raise of his hand, not to mention that he was going to break through again. To him, ordinary weapons were just icing on the cake, and they were useless. Although he greatly admired this large blade, he was more than willing to give it to his disciple. To him, the use of this blade was really too small. Xuelan had never used this kind of weapon that was filled with absolute killing intent. It was not suitable in the first place. As the only person left, Situ Hua didn't even have time to feel guilty. So how could he have the nerve to speak? Even if the knife was of great use to him, he could not open his mouth, no matter what. After all, not only did he not do anything, but he was also a hindrance. In terms of both emotions and reason, only Brother Qin is the most suitable. Situ Hua couldn't help but secretly look at it again and again. However, he could only secretly drool. If he really wanted this large blade, he didn't have the courage at all. It was better to think about how to destroy that uncle and take back everything that belonged to him. That was the most important thing. Qin Yu slowly took 2 steps forward and suddenly felt a sense of rejection. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He raised his hand and continued to walk forward. After getting close, he immediately grabbed the hilt of the blade. Then he pulled with force. The large blade buzzed and trembled. The blade continuously trembled slightly. It was as if it was struggling, and it was extremely strong. Want to run? The large blade suddenly rose 3 feet from the ground by itself. However, the hilt was held in someone's hand, so it couldn't continue to leave. The buzzing sound was about to break. The struggle of the blade became more and more intense. Qin Yu was calm from the beginning to the end. Only the joints of the hand holding the hilt were slightly white. However, his face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. Obviously, he still had some strength left. Suddenly, a weak will came from inside the large blade. "You are not the master of my destiny. I am waiting here for the person who placed me here. I have to wait for him to come back before I can recognize him as my master. You are just a passerby. Although you have great strength, I will never recognize you as my master. Even if I die, I won't." The struggling of the large blade became more and more intense. Although this will was weak, it carried an unquestionable meaning. Qin Yu simply tightened his hand. "Then you can go to hell. If you can't be used by me, what's the use of having you?" He directly held the hilt tightly. In the end, he directly shot out a bolt of annihilation divine thunder. After the divine thunder appeared, that will couldn't even escape and was directly scattered. Even the divine weapon was affected quite a bit. The blade seemed a little dim and lacked a lot of immortal spirit chi than before. However, that will had completely disappeared without a trace. Chapter 979. Translator. Sparrow Translations Editor. Sparrow Translations. This divine weapon that was nurtured by heaven and earth was still a top-grade weapon. Xian Tian Senzin shook his head. It was still a pity. This blade had already produced its own spirit, which meant that it had the characteristics of a divine weapon. If it was completed, it could control the blade in battle and be comparable to Senzin's strength without anyone's help. It was said that if it landed in the hands of a strong person, it could even increase its strength by 100 or 10,000 times. Even he could not help but be tempted by such a weapon. It was a pity that it was stubborn, but it was fine. This material is not bad. As long as I can find Lan, Shuibing, Guanluzi, and Qing Meng Hui, I can reforge it into a divine weapon. But the price to pay is not small. If the spirit can be completely preserved, it will still have some value. But he approved of this method. Since he could not use it for himself, destroying it was the best choice. In this way, at the very least, such a high-quality absolute furnace divine metal would still fall into their hands. Instead of giving the opportunity to the so-called owner, why not maximize their own benefits? If they returned empty-handed after coming here, wouldn't they become a joke? Could it be like this? The divine weapon produced its own spirit and would choose its owner. This was a common thing in the world. Some people killed others to make up for it. Some people fought over it. But very few people would destroy the divine weapon after being rejected. He had never seen such a person before, and had never seen someone who could destroy a peerless divine weapon with his own strength. Today was truly an eye-opener for him. Being strong meant that one could do whatever they wanted. If this destroyed divine weapon had been replaced by anyone else, Situ Hua did not dare to think further. With such strength, it was fortunate that he was not his enemy, but a helper on his side. Qin Yu did not throw the remaining scrap metal to Xian Tian Senzin, because he found a small mechanism at the hilt. After fiddling with it for a while, he suddenly touched the hilt, and it broke into pieces. Inside there was a small hollow section with a small piece of paper placed inside. There was almost nothing on the paper, but there were some dark patterns at the edges. But these patterns were broken in the middle, making it impossible to connect them together. If it was someone else, they might just throw it away in confusion. But Xian Tian Senzin, this knowledgeable expert, was here. So he threw it to him to let him see what it was. After looking at it carefully, Xian Tian Senzin pondered. It could be the 8 extraordinary meridians, but I've never seen such complicated extraordinary meridians. If it is as I think, then why? Everyone in the world has martial veins. After reaching the God realm, these veins will automatically transform into immortal veins. But there are some similarities in the drawing extraordinary meridians. But there are some key, spirit, extraordinary, immortal God. I'm afraid we'll have to reconnect these broken parts before we can unravel the mystery. He was unable, he could not completely. Who knew who used God, what God who? Who used who? As a result, those who came later were unable to accurately see everything above. If not for the fact that Xiantian Senzin was experienced and knowledgeable, he would have died. It was even impossible to rely on this incomplete pattern drawing. He could only guess a little. In the end, it fell into the hands of Qin Yu. The others couldn't see anything. There was only one way to unravel this mystery. That was to redraw the missing part of the painting based on guesses. It was just that there was a huge risk involved. If one was not careful, the entire piece of paper would be completely destroyed. If anything goes wrong in the middle, if that was the case, they would never be able to find out the secret. Qin Yu looked at the patterns on the surface and suddenly smiled. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Since there's a missing piece in the middle, just let it be. Why do you have to connect them back together? Just like that, the missing parts were pieced back together. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. He immediately drew the same pattern in the air. It was almost the same as the one on the note. However, there was no blank space in the middle. All of the patterns were connected together. It looked a little strange. However, the surprising thing was that they could be connected together perfectly. There was no place in the middle that couldn't be connected. When the last stroke of the entire pattern was perfectly drawn, it suddenly emitted a bright light. It turned into a golden talisman and drilled into Qin Yu's mind. When you heard my voice, you should have completely subdued the dominating heaven blade. Of course, there's another possibility. However, I personally feel that it's basically impossible. How could someone destroy a divine weapon that could be used to increase their strength? Even the saber spirit that could really increase one's strength by several times was destroyed. If you use normal means, then I really have to admire your perseverance. You can spend so much effort to persuade the small saber spirit. After all, when I left back then, I left a thought behind. In any case, since you've successfully subdued it, you should get the dominating heaven blade technique that should belong to you. I still have the forging method of the dominating heaven blade from beginning to end. If you've been bullied by it for too long, you can use this method to completely subdue it for your own use. If it's very unlikely for you, you can also use this method to create a new saber spirit that belongs to you. Of course, how could someone destroy a divine weapon? I've never seen such a person in tens of thousands of years. If there really is such a person, then I'll try my best to see what kind of person can do such a unique thing. In the end, he rambled on a lot. I don't know if it's because the real owner of the dominating heaven blade was too lonely. He talked for a long time, some useful and some useless. Unintentionally, he revealed a lot of things. He was the god of forging. In the end, he accidentally created the divine furnace metal. As a result, he had to close himself off. If something happened to this kind of peerless divine furnace metal, he had to borrow the hands of the god of forging. The reason why it was said to be unique and difficult to find in the world was because once it was born, the god of forging of that generation was almost destroyed. He could no longer use the furnace metal to forge weapons. From then on, he could only become a mediocre blacksmith. He couldn't even bear the title of a blacksmith. The god of forging of a generation had created such a powerful divine furnace metal, which made him wild with joy. However, he was also restless. Chapter 980. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation from now on. He would receive countless praises and true recognition. However, he would no longer be able to become an outstanding blacksmith. Qin Yu received a complete blacksmith's inheritance. It was so complete that even the smallest details were clearly explained. Although it seemed a little naggy at first glance, the nagging was undoubtedly not of his own use. Among them, there were a lot of personal experiences, as well as his own insights. Although it seemed like a long time had passed, it was so long that he seemed to have replaced the god of smithing and watched his entire life. When he opened his eyes, the flow of time around him still did not change. Even that wisp of wind had just reached his side and had yet to leave. In other words, the long time in his eyes was only a blink of an eye in the outside world. How is it? Are there any side effects? Why did you connect them directly? You even tried it yourself. Isn't there another one over there that can be tested? If it's really dangerous, let him try it himself. Why did you do it yourself? If you're in any danger, how am I going to live alone? Xiantian Senzin was full of complaints, but he could not hide his concern. There was no one here that he needed to avoid. Thus, Qin Yu directly gave a brief account of what had happened to him earlier. Because there were too many details, it was not convenient to say all of them. In addition, this was not an absolutely safe place, so he simply explained. Not only was there no danger, but it was also a fortuitous encounter. Of course, if he really tried to connect the lines again, if something was added in the middle, it would cause a huge explosion. This small valley would be completely destroyed. At that time, not to mention the inheritance, whether or not he would be able to leave safely would become a fatal problem. Those who heard it were incomparably fearful. If someone was really greedy, or did not expect to be able to connect it directly, if they tried using such a method, they might not even be able to leave. Fortunately, Qin Yu could not deny it. There was no need to talk about things that had not happened. Since the dust had settled, there was no use being afraid. Now that things had come to this, he had already received the inheritance in its entirety. That possibility turned into nothing. He was just scaring himself with lingering fear. Apart from dominating Heaven Blade and the inheritance, the most valuable things in the valley were the inheritance. Not much else was left. However, there were still some small gains. For example, the wind elves that covered the sky were all small pets that the god of forging had casually raised. Now that he had absorbed the inheritance, he naturally obtained the method to control these wind spirits. It was not bad to use it as a pet. No matter where it was placed, it would serve as a natural defense. Or was it thrown out during battle to deal with those ants that were too numerous to kill? They were all excellent choices. The rest were a collection of fine ores, but these were all top-grade materials for forging. In the end, the god of smithing lost his identity and qualifications as a blacksmith. These materials were merely part of his collection, so he only kept a small portion of the most precious ones. As for the ones that were slightly inferior, he just threw them away. As for whether it was picked up by some lucky person, he had no idea at all. At this time, a rumbling sound suddenly came from outside the valley. The inheritance inside had already been taken away, and the new owner was inside. The layers of defense and concealment outside were completely useless. After the inheritance was completely taken away, the gate of the entire valley was opened. The originally hidden entrance of the cave had lost all its disguise. A dark golden gate appeared in front of everyone, with countless flowers, birds, and beasts on it. The pairs of eyes seemed to be alive. However, in front of the mountain gate, it was as if they were being stared at by countless eyes. No matter how hard they tried, they could not escape from these gazes. It was as if the countless flowers, birds, and beasts on the gate had their own lives. Situ Shang was pleasantly surprised when he saw the open door. I finally found it. It's really here. But why is the originally hidden mountain gate suddenly open? Could it be that it sensed my arrival and took the initiative to welcome me? I knew it. This was originally a great opportunity that belonged to me, Situ Shang. Ever since he found out about the whereabouts of the divine weapon, he had been thinking about it. Unfortunately, the elders in his family and his brother were too unreasonable. He only wanted to try to make the divine weapon recognize him as its master with his own ability. Since no one had been able to make the divine weapon recognize him as its master for tens of thousands of years. As one could imagine, the divine weapon did not only recognize the direct descendants of the family. Since it belonged to the entire family and no one in the direct line of descent could make the divine weapon recognize him as its master, why not let the talented side branches like him have a try? However, after he mentioned this matter, his short-lived brother's expression changed drastically. He asked him where he got the information from. Being pressured step by step, he had no choice but to kill him in secret. In this way, he became the head of the family and everything became logical. Even the elders could not completely hide it from him. In the end, he found some clues. In the end, he speculated that it was very likely to be in this place. In the end, it's still going to fall into my hands. Situ Shang laughed loudly and directly let people break open the gate. He did not know if he had heard wrongly. He actually heard a few shrill screams when he let people break open the gate. It was as if someone had violently injured them and was wailing in pain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Dust was stirred up. The first to fly out were countless, translucent, beautiful fairies. Their thin wings were like the most elegant and purest butterflies. Their translucent figures were faintly discernible and looked beautiful, but they brought with them a fatal killing intent. He could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. So when he saw these wind fairies, he retreated one after another and could not stop wanting to run away. However, he could run away, but those who went to break open the gate could not escape. One by one, they wailed in pain. Amidst the countless painful howls, there was a bell-like laughter that came out of nowhere. It was densely packed, as if it was right next to one's ear. Listening to it, one's heart was in turmoil. Enough! Who's been laughing in the dark? I'm going to kill all of you. Qin, you watched all of this from within the valley. He also saw very clearly in the thin fog many cunning and clumsy figures. Among them, the smallest was only the size of a finger. The largest was already 3 to 4 meters tall. It was just the height of the gate. Chapter 981. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. His steel-like body shuttled through the crowd. Although he didn't hurt anyone, he was like a ghost, causing fear in the crowd. They threw all kinds of attacks to the side, but they couldn't hit anything. In a state of panic, they could only continuously attack their surroundings. At the same time, he had to endure attacks from all directions. He didn't know who was attacking him. These people were half crazy, but this was only temporary. Situ Hua saw a familiar figure among them. It was the pain of being hunted for half a year. Plus, there was the blood feud between them. He almost couldn't help but rush over and fight to the death. However, at the last moment, Xue Lan swung her arm and sent him flying back through the air. You'll only be courting death if you rush over now. You can't even defeat the spirits of the sect, let alone Situ Shang, who's pretty strong. Xue Lan's tone was calm, without any prejudice. She didn't even have a trace of emotion, as if she was stating a fact. Everything that came out of her mouth had the power to convince people. She only spoke the truth. Situ Hua obviously didn't want to rush over to die, so he quickly hid behind them. But seeing his old enemy in such a sorry state, he felt very happy. After all, Situ Shang was stronger, so he quickly calmed down. He even dared to kill his own brother. In order to get rid of his enemies, his hands were stained with the lives of many of his family members. He calmed down quickly. When he was clear-headed, he felt that everything in front of him was deliberately mystifying. Otherwise, why would there be such a huge change after their arrival when everything had been fine before? This valley had always been peaceful and quiet. Countless people came here to catch low-level immortal beasts or to dig up some ordinary spiritual herbs. Although the products here were extremely rich, the products produced were all of relatively low value. So it didn't attract much attention. This place had been peaceful for so long, so how could such a big thing happen all of a sudden and so many strange things happen? He could only think of someone deliberately mystifying and targeting him. Everything he did before must have been seen, so they set up such a trap. Ruthlessness flashed in Situ Shang's eyes. Don't let him know who did it. Otherwise, he would definitely cut that person's entire family into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. The people inside come out. I know you must be hiding there. Although I, Situ Shang, am cruel and merciless, I still have a bottom line. If it wasn't for someone blocking my way, I wouldn't have killed him. Now that I'm not as good as you, why don't you take the initiative to stand up and have an honest talk? Even if you want to fight me to the death, you should at least let me know the reason before I die." Xian Tian Shenzhen watched happily from the side. Sure enough, the world was big and full of wonders. He had seen many people, like Situ Sheng in the past. If one really wanted to talk about it, he could be called an ambitious and ruthless character. After all, it was rare in the world for someone to be so ruthless to himself and his enemies, and to not be afraid of him at all. Most people like him were hypocrites. He was so open about how ruthless he was, yet he was still able to shamelessly say that he had a bottom line. Such a strange person really made people laugh. Several people walked out one after another. Situ Sheng, however, immediately notices Qin Yu, who is walking at the very front. His extremely sharp intuition told him that among these people, this young man had the most right to speak. Moreover, he sensed danger from him. Then he noticed the beautiful Xuelan, and a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. He had never seen such a beauty before. If it was another occasion, perhaps even he would have fallen for her. Unfortunately, he was too rational and knew that he was in a dangerous situation. So he only admired her and didn't have any other thoughts. But he didn't know that if he really had any other thoughts, he would definitely die on the spot. Xian Tian Shenzhen's strength had reached the highest level, and his control of his own strength had reached the peak. If he did want others to see that he was extremely strong, unless it was someone who was almost at the same level as him, it was impossible to see how strong he was. So, Situ Sheng directly glanced over. He felt that this old man was old and his strength wasn't very outstanding, so he put him aside for the time being. His gaze landed on the last person, and he suddenly laughed. "I was wondering who it was that wanted to scheme against me, but I didn't expect it to be a good-for-nothing like you. It turns out that I've underestimated you all these years to be able to find help. But how can these strangers from the outside compare to your own family? Why don't you quickly come to Uncle's side? Although there were some misunderstandings between you and me, they were just misunderstandings, weren't they?" Situ Hua's hands, which were hanging by his side, clenched tightly. He ground his teeth, wishing he could swallow this guy and eat his flesh raw. How could he have the nerve to say such things? He should be the clearest about the things he had done. Ever since they walked out, the countless spirits above the valley gate had all returned. Even the faintly discernible mist had completely disappeared without a trace. Although many people were injured, the number of survivors was not in the minority. Looking at his subordinates who had regained their consciousness and gathered together, Situ Sheng was even more certain of his guess. Just now, they must have done something behind his back. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? He wanted to test it out, and his eyes turned slightly in his eye sockets. "Nephew, Uncle has a piece of news. I heard that there is a peerless divine weapon in the depths of the valley. If you get it, you can dominate the world and be proud of your strength. That magical weapon even hides the secret of reaching the true God realm. After all, there is an unbreakable blood relationship between me and the people. Why don't you and I work together? We can't let these outsiders take advantage of us." Just as he was about to proudly tell him that the divine weapon had been taken away, suddenly, Situ Hua felt that something was wrong. How could this old fox not see that they had just walked out of the valley, saying such words at this time, who knew what he was thinking? He directly exposed the layer of disguise that he had made. "If you want to know, just say it. Why did you have to hide it like this?" Situ Sheng, who didn't succeed, was slightly unhappy. This brat had actually become smarter without him knowing. "Fight to the side, you useless trash. You are not qualified to inherit the position of the head of the family. This position should be occupied by the capable." Chapter 982. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his pair of baleful axes. Each of them weighed at least 500 kilograms. However, they were like a pair of toys in his hands that he could manipulate freely. The pair of axes that were filled with baleful aura slashed toward him and even split the air apart. In the blink of an eye, they passed through the air and arrived in front of Chin Yu flicked his finger. He used a special technique to temporarily restore the dominating Heaven Blade's power. He had already received the complete inheritance and could restore the dominating Heaven Blade at any time. He only needed a few key materials to create a spirit that truly recognized him as its master. To temporarily restore the dominating Heaven Blade's true power, he could do it with just a flick of his finger. When the two collided, the tyrannical dominating Heaven Blade directly split the pair of incomparably sharp axes in half. Chin Yu's eyes lit up. Dominating Heaven Blade, dominating Heaven Blade. It really lives up to its name. Under the dominating Heaven Blade, no weapon can compete with it. Situ Sheng watched as his beloved axes were destroyed so easily. He did not have time to feel heartache as his eyes landed on the overbearing saber. It looked broad and was filled with baleful aura. Moreover, it suited him very well. Moreover, it possessed such sharp and powerful strength. He could feel the overbearing aura from afar. Only such a divine weapon could be considered a divine weapon. This was what he wanted the most. As expected, the divine weapon has been taken by you. As expected, I'm still a step too late. However, I'm curious. I used the entire Situ family's power and finally found this place. Where did you get the news from? Although he looked calm on the surface, the intention to snatch the divine weapon had long risen in his heart. If it was not for the extremely sharp saber that had left a deep impression on him, he would not have dared to do so. At this moment, he did not care about his reputation and directly used force. Since he had already obtained the position of the family head, the entire Situ family was under his control. Even if he really tried to snatch the divine weapon, as long as he won, no one would dare to say anything to him. Although the overbearing power had already split the pair of powerful axes, it still continued to revolve around him. Even Chin Yu's state of mind had undergone some subtle changes. It was as if the enemies in front of him could be easily suppressed. There was no need to listen to him blabbering on and on about this nonsense. Let me ask you, did you kill Situ Hua's father? Let me ask you, are you willing to do anything for this power, killing countless people? Let me ask you, the one who has been sending people to kill Situ Hua, the one who spared no expense to hunt him down and kill him, the one who wants to see him dead or alive, is it you? The sudden appearance of these three questions caught Situ Sheng off guard. But then he admitted it. So what if it was him? Now, everyone here was his trusted aide. Even if he found out, he would still get rid of all of them, not leaving a single one alive. Thus, he didn't have to worry about being overheard. All of these were done by him, and he had done more than that. She heard the three questions that were asked one after another. The wariness in Situ Sheng's heart lessened slightly. Although he was still extremely fearful, at least he could say a few words, so he still had a chance. He even hoped that this kind of nonsense, which didn't have much meaning to him, could be asked a few more questions. He would definitely confess. Then he could use this opportunity to slowly move forward until he reached his goal. The closer he was, the easier it would be to make a move. Xuelan saw his fingers move slightly under his robe. Suddenly, she grasped the ribbon at her waist. This ribbon could be turned into a soft sword at any time under her will, cutting the enemy's throat. But Xian Tian Senzin, who was beside her, shook his head slightly. His disciple might not have not seen it. Since Chin Yu had his own plans and ideas, there was no need for them to interfere. It was enough to stand at the side and watch from afar. Moreover, with Situ Sheng's strength, there was no way he could do anything under his nose. Even if the situation was so bad that the other party sacrificed his life and used those forbidden techniques, he had the ability to stop it immediately. He was not afraid at all, even if a true god came. Why should he care about a clown who liked to jump around? Wasn't it better to watch the show? Situ Shung confessed to all the crimes that he had committed. In order to cultivate this group of subordinates, he even destroyed many families. After getting rid of their biological parents, they adopted them as their subordinates in the name of being orphans. When they grew up, they became loyal to him alone. If he told them to go east, they would never go west. If he told them to commit suicide, no one would live alone. He was the leader and he was the sky. Aren't you afraid that they might rebel at any time? Chinyu says as he looks at the restless subordinates behind Situ Shung, who are clamoring non-stop. Rebel? Ha 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 ha. It was as if they had heard a joke. Situ Shung laughed until tears came out of his eyes. I poisoned all of them, and they have to take the antidote every month. Of course, no one knows about this. Only I know about this. I will often send them some supplements, saying that it can improve their physical fitness and even their talent. They just need to take it at a fixed time every month. Otherwise, all their previous efforts will be wasted. So they obediently believed it. As long as I want, they will live a life worse than death at any time. Why should I care about what they think of me? The most loyal subordinates of Situ Shung were so angry that their eyes were red. They were the most talented and had the most complicated identities. The Wind Realm was so big. Who would care about the occasional destruction of a few clans and the loss of a few talented babies? They could find any excuse and reason, and not many people would doubt it. The ones with the most outstanding talent usually had an impressive background. But now they were all being controlled. They had even done so much for the sake of the enemy who had exterminated their entire clan. Most of them were at a loss. They did not understand how things became like this. They did not know if they should listen to Situ Shung's orders. Only a small group of people had some understanding of Situ Shung. They were all trusted subordinates and were extremely smart. Now that Situ Shung could say such words in front of them, it also meant that Situ Shung did not think of letting them go safely. He was going to kill them to silence them. Suddenly, someone walked out and put down his weapon. I am willing to be a witness and pull him down from the position of family head, and I have more evidence of his crimes in my hands. I can take all of it out. I just want him to lose his reputation and live a life worse than death. Chapter 983. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Someone exposed all of Situ Shung's evil deeds. More and more people came forward. Furthermore, he revealed everything that he knew about it. Situ Shung had asked his men to do some things behind everyone's back. So when everyone told him about the missions they had carried out, the secret things they had done, they looked at each other in disbelief. It turned out that Situ Shung had done so many things without them knowing. It was a pity that they didn't know anything. They even thought that they already knew more than half of it. He is indeed ruthless and vicious. Situ Shung's face was gloomy, even though there was no one else here. However, being exposed all of a sudden, his mood was still extremely gloomy. He grabbed the person closest to him and broke his neck with a wave of his hand. He threw the limp body aside, and a blood-red color flashed in his eyes. He was going to start a massacre, and this time no one could stop him. Those who were familiar with him quickly understood this. Whether they were smart or stupid, they all fled in all directions. Only a few smart ones, who were the first to understand all this. They immediately ran in the direction of Chinyu. They looked powerful. If they could be protected, they would be safe and secure. Otherwise, on the contrary, they who had betrayed Situ Shung would definitely become a thorn in Situ Shung's flesh. This vicious and merciless guy definitely wouldn't mind taking more lives and blood on his hands. But why would Chinyu help these people? While he was thinking, Situ Shung had already killed the people around him. Some of these people were close to him. Some of them were good helpers who had done many secret things for him. But now that he was going to start a massacre, no one would be able to escape unscathed from his hands. Those who were closest to him were all dead. This time he had brought out more than 100 people, and nearly 100 of them had died. The remaining few didn't have a good time either. They didn't just stand there in a daze with tears streaming down their faces. They just ran away in a panic. Needless to say, those who were still in a daze had their necks cut cleanly, cutting off all signs of life. As for those who were slightly smarter, there were still two who managed to escape. He stood beside Siduhua. We have done something wrong in the past. From now on, we are willing to change our faces and pay any price to atone for our sins. That's right. This evil demon deserves to die in everyone's hands. A scum like him doesn't deserve to live in this world. Siduhua was at a loss. After all, he could not control the fate of these people. These people were a burden and trouble to him. To him, he already needed the help of others, let alone taking in these people. Even if he really took in these people, it would be a great help to him. However, he could not make such a decision easily. He could only look at Chinyu. He hoped that he could make an exception. If you want to keep them, then keep them. In any case, I won't let him kill anyone who stands on my side. Situ Sheng suddenly laughed out loud. I don't believe that you can protect the people I want to kill so easily, even if you have a divine weapon in your hand. So what? Since my identity is still there, I can take everything in your hands. With your strength, you can compete with me. Even I can't help but fear you. I'm not completely helpless against you. Suddenly, a few small wooden figurines appeared in his hand. Each of them was only the size of a finger. There were more than a dozen small wooden figurines in his palm. They were piled up messily. As he muttered to himself, these small wooden figurines suddenly emitted some faint light. Then he suddenly threw them into the air. Each of them shone brightly. Their size changed instantly. They became the size of an adult man. Each of them was extremely powerful, although they were not as strong as Situ Shang. Their strength could be considered extremely powerful. That was what he had in mind. It was impossible for him to not kill the people he wanted to kill. Now that there was really no other way, he might as well use other methods to stall them. The rest of the people killed all the traitors under their command. When the time came, he would be able to free up his hands to deal with this young man who suddenly appeared and gave him a great sense of threat. However, he completely ignored the few people beside him, not to mention that Situ Hua, who did not have much ability, could temporarily stall a small wooden figurine. This was the greatest value he could bring to bear in this matter. The others were also extremely powerful. Among them, Xiantian Senzin was the most powerful. These small wooden figurines were just small toys in his eyes that could be smashed into sawdust with a flick of his finger. So one could imagine. These small wooden figurines were disorderly broken into pieces and piled up like a mountain. Situ Sheng's movements were completely interrupted. I've already asked you to make a move several times, but you keep forcing me. I wanted to ask you what you chose. Now it seems that I don't need to give you a choice. Just kill without mercy and let you experience the feeling of being a cripple and being at the mercy of others. I think that would be more suitable for you. Situ Sheng suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. However, just as he had a bad premonition, the most terrifying thing happened. Qin Yu held the sky dominating blade in his hand and felt the domineering and awe-inspiring intent. Suddenly, he simply waved his hand and slashed with the blade. Although it was simple and unadorned, it was extremely powerful. It was so powerful that it was impossible to dodge. Situ Sheng's face was filled with shock, and he wanted to dodge. However, he found that this simple attack had sealed off all his escape routes. There was no place for him to retreat to. There was no way to escape and no way to dodge. He was already trapped in a dead end. Feeling the domineering intent coming at him, he felt the endless pain in his body. Situ Sheng was still filled with disbelief. He was an ambitious and ruthless person, and all his ambitions had not yet begun. How did he suddenly fall into the hands of a young man who appeared out of nowhere? Although this young man's strength was extraordinary, he thought that his own strength was also extraordinary. However, everything in front of him made him feel a trace of despair. In the end, Qin Yu still showed some mercy and did not directly kill him on the spot. However, his meridians were broken, and he could only lie on the ground covered in blood. The red light in the sky had disappeared. Chapter 984. Situ Sheng's body was covered in blood. At this moment, every inch of bone in his body was priceless. What shocked him the most was that he couldn't muster the slightest bit of strength in his body. He felt extremely weak. No, I will never become a cripple. This is an inner demon. This must be an illusion that you set up for me. I am Situ Sheng, the current patriarch of the Situ clan. How could I become a cripple? He didn't want to believe that this was the truth, so he acted as if he had gone mad. Even Situ Hua couldn't help but feel a little pity for him. However, his heart was filled with hatred. Now this answer scroll was enough for him to comfort his father's spirit in heaven. As for the rest, it was no longer important. Right now, his enemy was already in such a miserable state. Then he could return to his father's grave and burn an incense stick in peace. However, he did not forget who had helped him do all this. He would not thank her for her kindness, because a weak and feeble thank you was not enough to express his gratitude. He was not worthy of such a huge favor. The only thing he could do now was to return to the Situ clan as soon as possible and take back everything that belonged to him. Furthermore, he had to hand over the payment that had already been agreed upon, take out real resources and benefits. That was the best thing he could do now. Situ Sheng, who had already become a cripple, had no power to resist. Even Situ Hua could easily lift someone up with one finger. It was as if he had casually pulled out a blade of grass. Holding it in his hand would not bring him any pressure at all. He could even toss someone thousands of miles away with a flick of his hand. She had already fallen into their hands. Under Situ Hua's suggestion, the group arrived at the main city as fast as they could, the so-called Pool of Wind. In the eyes of an expert, it was indeed like a toy. It was easily broken through. As soon as he barged into the Situ residence, he was surrounded by a group of people. They thought that there was an enemy, but when he saw the familiar face at the front, he couldn't help but be surprised. A small number of people who knew the inside story saw that Situ Hua had returned safely and easily barged in. They already had a bad feeling in their hearts. But then he saw Situ Sheng, who was on the verge of death. Only then did they have no choice but to believe that the situation was hopeless. Whispers could be heard from the crowd. Now that Situ Sheng was the head of the family, he didn't have many achievements. However, his talent was peerless, and he was the younger brother of the previous patriarch. In a situation where his successor was missing, he had great strength. His ascension to the position of the clan head was perfectly justified. Therefore, no one doubted him. Now, he would see the heir who was rumored to have met with misfortune. All of a sudden, he came back clean and tidy. His strength had actually improved a little compared to before. His entire being was as dazzling as a sharpened blade. And he even brought back a young man with an even more extraordinary temperament. None of them were able to see through him. Most importantly, how did Situ Sheng end up in such a sorry state? He looked extremely miserable, as if he had been completely crippled. Then, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright when they probed. Just as they had thought, Situ Sheng had become a complete cripple. From then on, he would not be able to show any strength. He would not even be able to take the position of the clan head. Some people were happy while others were sad. But on the surface, many people still looked concerned. What's going on? Could it be that you guys met some criminals? How did the clan head end up like this? Is someone preparing to attack our Situ family? Just say it. Our Situ clan is not a clan that anyone can offend as they wish. The noise in the crowd grew louder and louder like waves. Qin Yu suddenly glanced at the crowd. Everyone felt that an extremely terrifying existence was staring at them. That feeling of terror only swept by and didn't linger for long. but it still made all of them stop. Everyone was extremely quiet. They didn't dare to make any noise. Situ Hua was a little envious. It would be great if he could have such a deterrent force. Unfortunately for him, even if he could do it one day, it would be thousands or tens of thousands of years later, at least a few hundred years later. He might not be able to have Qin Yu's cultivation and strength. But then he knew that now was not the time to think about this. He cleared his throat in front of everyone and revealed everything he knew. He exposed Situ Shun's true colors in front of everyone, although some people raised doubts, with the testimony of two of Situ Shun's confidants. However, there were also quite a few people who believed it. Smart people naturally wouldn't be unknown. The smart ones saved their lives early and chose to stand on the side. And in the end, everything proved that their choice was right. Naturally, they were slightly famous. Some people recognized them, and naturally, some people knew that they were Situ Shun's confidants. They were the kind of people who were extremely trusted and close to him. If there were any dirty things, they would do it in private. So in their hearts, they believed 70%. With the addition of all the evidence, he became somewhat convinced without a doubt. If that was the case, then Situ Shun was an ingrate through and through, because everyone knew that the previous head of the family was Situ Hua's father. What a wonderful person he was. Although he was not a great talent, he had a benevolent heart. He was very good to his brothers and treated everyone equally. Such a peerless good person was framed to death by such a villain. Very few people even discovered his true identity. Everyone had been fooled. Thinking about it, they were a little angry. He deserved to die. Becoming a useless person is indeed the punishment he deserved. In this way, he deserved it. But I think it's better for the position of the head of the family to be inherited by the original heir. It should be so. Situ Hua had seen everything that should have belonged to him, waving at him from afar. If he succeeded this time, then in the future, he could return to his position again. Not only did he not have to hide, but he could also finally take out the things in his family. He could also return the kindness that was as heavy as a mountain in his heart. But at this moment, the crowd suddenly parted to make a path, for people slowly walked out. One of them had a feminine face. With a few shallow wrinkles on his face, he suddenly shouted, Chapter 985. This is inappropriate. What's inappropriate? The people who came were the 4 great elders of the Situ family. The one who spoke was the second elder, Sitalon. This person had always been a little feminine and gloomy. He also had a high status among the elders. He was extremely powerful and had a very high status. However, he had been suppressed by the first elder for many years. However, regardless of whether he was suppressed by others, the second elder's excellence was not to be questioned. He also had a very high status in the Situ family. It was said that his strength was comparable to Senzin's. That was the legendary Senzin realm. There were only a few in the entire wind boundary. Therefore, the second elder had a good status. At this time, he suddenly stood up and said that this matter was inappropriate, but not many people dared to refute him. Only Situ Hua was filled with anger and directly interrupted him, asking him what was inappropriate. Situ Lan's eyes fell on Situ Guang, who was like a corpse, and he snorted coldly. If I say it's inappropriate, it's inappropriate. I haven't settled the score with you for suddenly bringing a few outsiders here. Can you introduce the people behind you to me? They look very unfamiliar to me, and their strength is not enough. I'm afraid that someone with bad intentions sent them to you to sow discord. I watched Situ Shin grow up. He's definitely not as bad as you said. Even if he is, that's our Situ family's private matter. You brought a few outsiders here and made everyone in the Situ family lose face in public. Do you know the status of the 2 words Situ in the wind boundary? It was only at this moment that the disciples of the Situ clan noticed these few peerless and extraordinary people from other clans. The wind boundary placed great importance on family inheritance. There was no sect view, but bloodline was very important. If they were labeled as outsiders, they would be unanimously rejected. There might be politeness, but there would be some uncertainty about approval. Previously, no one paid attention to them and only thought that they were the friends of their young master. However, now that the second elder mentioned it, they became more bewildered. At a glance, Qinyu and the other two could tell that they were not simple characters. Each and every one of them was a proud son of heaven. Only Xiantian Senzin was strong enough to hide his aura. It looked a little ordinary. However, the elegance and bearing of his body was not something that could be easily concealed. Thus, in the eyes of the crowd, there were three extremely mysterious outsiders with unknown origins. Even though Situ Huan knew that the second elder had ulterior motives, he didn't know what to say. Even if he explained it over and over again, no one would believe him. This was a fact that he had recognized long ago. The hearts of people in this world were not what they used to be. No matter how much he said, he was afraid that not many people would be willing to listen to him. You ignorant people don't even know what's going on. Do you really think that Situ Shang is so cruel and merciless, with so many trusted subordinates under him, that I can really come back safe and sound? If it weren't for this trip, where both master and disciple helped me a lot, and where we met by chance in the feudal era, I'm afraid that I would have become a corpse long ago. However, there's no point in telling you all this. If you want to know, then know. If you don't want to know, do you think I care about this Situ clan? The elders looked at each other in dismay, but their expressions were cold. Who sat on the patriarch's seat did not have much to do with them. Only the second elder continued to be aggressive, asking one question after another. This caused the faint worry in everyone's hearts to turn into faint bewilderment. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if all of this was an elaborate trap? Then how could there be so many coincidences in this world? Situ Hua had been rescued time and time again. Could it be that this was a meticulously planned trap from the start? If that was the case, then everything could be explained. Why were there so many coincidences in this world? Because there were no coincidences in this world. Everything was just a trap, just a scam. Perhaps inadvertently, the second elder, Sitolan, suddenly mentioned the second clan, the Qi clan. The battle for the clan's ranking had been going on for a long time. However, the Situ clan had always been the winner from the beginning to the end. This made the Qi clan, who had always been ranked second, extremely dissatisfied. However, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they could not win in the end. Every time, they failed with great regret. After a long time, the relationship between the two clans was not very good. Even on the surface, there was not much politeness. If this was an elaborate trap designed by the Qi clan to make them kill each other, then everything could be explained. Xuelan's eyes were cold. Please show evidence before you speak. If you don't have any evidence, then this is slander. Empty words without evidence, just based on guesses, to make everyone believe your words. What a good plan. It's also shocking that there are so many pitiful people in this world who have been deceived. You can't even see through such an obvious provocation. It really surprises me. It turns out that this is all there is to it. The Situ clan, these were all nonsense to begin with. Qinyu was too lazy to argue with such a person who obviously had bad intentions. However, she could not bear it. She had to clear Qinyu's name. These slander without any evidence could not represent anything. However, there were actually quite a few people who believed her. This was what really surprised her. The Situ clan was just this. The great elder suddenly shouted, "Enough! Sit alone. Haven't you seen enough of this farce? Even if they don't know why they came, since they are here, they are guests. They won't become sinners just because you say a few words." There were two meanings in these words. The first was to reprimand Sitolan, so that she could restrain her disgusting mouth. Secondly, there was a hint of warning in his voice. This was for everyone to hear. If something really happened, it was not something that could be settled with just a few words. If something really happened, it was not something that could be concealed with just a few words. They naturally had a rough idea of what the final truth would be. Anyway, there would be a result in the end. Why was there a need to be so anxious to get a result now? The great elder himself was quite sensible and didn't care much about these mundane matters. However, he represented authority. He could only sit in the position of the great elder if he had enough strength. It was not an empty title. Therefore, under the circumstances where everyone had their own thoughts, Yi Zichen and the others had their own thoughts, he could still maintain absolute calmness. He handled this matter from the fairest point of view. Chapter 986. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. There was no personal bias. There was no deviation. Under the lead of the great elder, they arrived at the back of the mountain where the elders lived. It was much bigger than a city. If a weaker cultivator were to travel at full speed for a day and a night, they might not be able to take care of every detail. The elders had a high status, and the mountain where they lived was a holy land. Everywhere was filled with a pure and holy aura. Naturally, every place was the best. The place was very spacious. Not only could they grow some lingji and spirit herbs, but they could also raise a large group of immortal beasts. Suddenly, a group of elegant white cranes flew slowly in the sky. Their figures were ethereal and elegant. It made it seem like a real fairyland that was isolated from the rest of the world. It was a pity that most of these beautiful things were useless. Therefore, Qin Yu only glanced at them and was not interested. Who would have thought that the dignified Situ clan actually liked to put on a show? Moreover, they did not only put in a little effort, they did a lot. The corner of Situ Hua's mouth twitched when he saw this. Naturally, he knew about these expenses. As the number one family, they had to spend money to keep up appearances. However, these were too extravagant and wasteful in his eyes. At this moment, he still had a lot of debts. If the Situ family were to fall into his hands again, he would be able to do so. He would take back everything that originally belonged to him. He had to reorganize the Situ family from top to bottom. He had to let everyone understand that the Situ family was not an extravagant and wasteful place. They should cultivate diligently and frugally. Otherwise, what would they look like if they were too greedy and indulgent? The real face should be strength, and not these superficial things that looked good but were actually useless. They had to make use of all the red-crowned cranes and mountains. They sold all the red-crowned cranes or raised them in captivity. They planted or raised immortal beasts in the mountains. At the very least, they had to accumulate wealth to be able to repay the favors they owed. This was something that the elders did not know. From now on, the huge Situ family might live a poor life. Their expenses would also be treated harshly. At this moment, the elders, who had not expected this, had all returned to his side. They had lived in the back mountain of the Holy Land for a long time, and all the mountain ranges belonged to them. All of them had extraordinary characteristics. Because the great elder's status was extremely noble, everyone went directly to the great elder's temporary residence. This was the best place for them to discuss for now. Second elder Sidalan was still unwilling to give up. He gnashed his teeth and tried to smear the reputation of this group of people. After all, the sudden appearance of these people gave him a great sense of threat. There was one thing that she had never mentioned, and that was the secret deal she had with Situ Sheng. The reason why Situ Sheng was able to obtain information about that secret place was because of her. She had done so many things, but in the end, all her efforts were for naught. How could she not be heartbroken? How could he not be embarrassed? Since these people might be related to this matter, then he was Situ Land's enemy. No matter what, he would not let these people get their rewards without a scratch today. These people's arrival is really strange. Don't you have any doubts in your hearts? I don't believe that I'm the only one who doubts their identity and origin. Of course, I only have suspicions. I don't have any evidence, so I won't do anything to them. But their strength is extremely insufficient. It's better to be a little more careful. This is good for both of us. Second Elder's words were very clear, and there was no taboo at all. He said what he wanted to say. It seemed that he was used to being arrogant on normal days. Originally, Situ Hua did not know much about these elders, but this matter was equivalent to scolding him indirectly. On one hand, he was puzzled, and on the other hand, he was extremely angry. Now that he had been dragged into the water, if he did not give an explanation, even his name would be stained. Although this did not hinder him much, who asked it to be so disgusting? Qin Yu suddenly said something that no one understood. Do you know how Situ Shang was crippled? Of course, no one knew, but this did not mean that they remembered Situ Shang's miserable appearance. After a while, they felt a faint chill in their hearts. But in their hearts, to be able to do that, it must be an extremely powerful senior. And although they had doubts, they did not suspect that the person who did this was among the three of them. The elders firmly believed in their own guesses, but in the next moment, they saw something that shocked them. Just like this, a blade fell. And then like this, another blade. Each blade was extremely accurate and extremely fast. Even Great Elder was unable to react. He was the strongest person present besides Xiantian Senzin. Before Xiantian Senzin stood out, he thought that he was the strongest. He really wanted to negotiate with them properly. But this happened too suddenly, to the extent that he was caught off guard. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Situ Lan's body was already covered in blood. Even if he wanted to fight back now, he did not have much strength, because his current appearance was like Situ Shang, who was sent over before. He was in a sorry state and covered in blood. No one expected this. If only a little more time had passed, the marks on Situ Lan's body would have turned into a pile of dried blood, like Situ Shang. He looked extremely dirty, miserable, and crazy. After all, which expert would not go crazy if they suddenly lost their strength? This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be unable to react in time. They did not react, and even if they did, it would be useless. The second elder had already taken the lead, feeling the pain in his body and the unspeakable grief. Second elder suddenly went crazy. His hands were claw-shaped and stained with traces of black. Not good. He has turned into a demon. But if he is not tainted by demon qi, how can he be connected to a demon? Situ Lan has been sneaking around before. It can't be just a while ago, right? But no one dared to stop him. As long as they were attacked, they would also become strange, like Situ Lan. No one was willing to take such a big risk. After all, even if Situ Lan had turned into a demon, he would not recognize his former clansmen. Situ Lan's target from beginning to end was gradually only one person. By the time her anger subsided, nothing would happen. Even Great Elder thought so, let alone the other two. They even had some expectations. Chapter 987. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The strength of this outsider was indeed unclear, and he could pose a great threat to them. Instead of leaving him alone, it was better to give it a try. Let's see if Situ Lan, who is now possessed, could kill him. Situ Hua was still recognized by them, and the young master was also the heir to the position of patriarch. But this outsider made them feel uneasy. Perhaps Situ Hua was the only one with the bloodline of the Situ family present who was truly worried. But then he knew that all his worries were unnecessary. Qin Yu did not make any extra movements. He just raised his hand. He casually defeated Situ Lan, who was as strong as a madman. He suppressed her with his own strength. However, there was no bloody scene. But when he raised his hand, he had completely lost all signs of life. Although this scene looked extremely simple, however, no one would treat this as an easy task. If it was anyone else who came, if they dared to directly raise their hand like this, they would definitely die, and their ending would be miserable. But now, this seemingly young man had not only done this, he also really did what no one else could do. Situ Lan died, and her death was extremely miserable. There was even a hint of madness on her face. Her body was surrounded by a faint demonic aura, and she looked neither fish nor fowl. Her corpse was also disgusting. Such a person was destined to be the shame of the entire family. Therefore, the elders looked at each other and decided to keep it a secret. Instead of explaining why such a thing happened, it was better to think about how to completely hide this matter. No one was willing to take such a big risk. After all, this person was an elder of their Sidhu family. If something happened to this person in their Sidhu family, then it would become a scapegoat that the Sidhu family had to bear, and it would be a stain for eternity. The great elder suddenly spoke. From now on, the Sidhu family will no longer have a Sidhu. Lan. Wait a minute. The Dongming saintess suddenly stood up. The identity of the Dongming saintess was extremely arrogant. But in front of the elders, she had always been a well-behaved junior. She also had some face. At this moment, when they saw her suddenly stand up, they slightly stopped their actions. Especially the great elder, who usually did not think twice about anyone, was more generous to this little disciple. After the Dongming saintess stood on their side, he suddenly began to criticize. The words that came out of his mouth shocked the crowd even more, especially Sidhu Hua, whose face was full of disbelief. I can testify that these outsiders are all evil and they are all powerful. Especially that old man over there, they already have the strength and identity. But they have been hiding their strength and identities. Let's not talk about their origins. I even overheard them discussing how to seize the Sidhu clan's assets. They're here for the entire Sidhu clan. Sidhu Hua shouted Sidhu's. He shouted this was his biological sister was. But no matter how he looked at her, she was still his familiar little sister. Her face was still capricious and charming, and the clothes she wore had not changed at all. She was dressed in plain white, but there were bright ornaments on her head. She was indeed the person he was most familiar with. But the words she said now made him feel that this person was so unfamiliar. This was clearly bullshit, and it was all made up. She had mentioned the Sidhu family before, but that was the reward she had offered. Otherwise, why would she help him for no reason when she had great strength and her own purpose? It's not like there's any good relationship between them. But obviously, the others did not understand. Especially after hearing what the Dongming saintess had said, the great elder chose to believe her. If it was only the second elder, he would be suspicious. This was because everyone knew that the second elder was usually a little unreasonable and had some prejudice towards many things. To put it bluntly, she could not stand others doing well. But now it was indeed the Dongming saintess who had always been obedient who said this. He believed her without thinking. This was the second person. This time, the great elder did not say anything. He attacked with lightning speed. He wanted to take the opportunity to make things difficult. He had already asked the third elder to restrain the old man next to him. He did not need to delay for too long. He just needed to give him a while to make things difficult for this young man, whose strength was far lower than his. That was enough. After the great elder showed his strength, it gave Sidhu Hua an indescribable sense of suppression. He had only felt this feeling from Xiantian Senzin, but if he compared it carefully, there were some differences. Although they were both Senzin, Xiantian Senzin's strength was enough to suppress him to the point that he could not breathe. But the great elder could only make him feel a clear sense of pressure. Phoenix water east flow. Countless faint white waves of air rushed over at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Qin Yu did not dodge. He faced it head-on and turned his body slightly at the critical moment. That wave of air just brushed past him and did not cause him any damage. But the big knife in his hand was already clamoring, wanting to trample all the enemies under his feet. He wanted all the enemies to pay a painful price, dominating Heaven Blade. Slash! The great elder spat out a mouthful of blood. There was an extremely deep wound on his abdomen. That domineering power even shattered his internal organs. He was still alive at this time because his strength had already reached Senzin's. Otherwise, even if it was a Saint King, even if it was the second elder Sidhu Lan from before, they would definitely die after taking this blow. But even if he still had a breath, his injuries were not light. He could not even lift his fingers. In the end, he was barely able to stand up with the help of someone. The third elder, who had gone to restrain Xiantian Senzin, had already returned. But Situ Hua suddenly felt that something was wrong. Where did the fourth elder, who usually kept a low profile, go? He did not pay attention at first, but now everyone was here. But one person was missing, so he could not help but be vigilant. The fourth elder, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Xuelan from afar. When Situ Hua was looking for him, a light green flying needle with broken poison appeared in his hand. Suddenly, he took a step forward and covered a considerable distance. He directly crossed space and caught people off guard. When Xuelan reacted, she could only hurriedly shoot out a cold ice thorn. The great elder let out a cry of pain, but he did not slow down and continued to close in. The great elder and the third elder had already failed, and the second elder was dead. Now he was the only one left. He only chose to attack the weakest one. Usually his presence was rather low, so when he suddenly appeared, very few people noticed where he was. So it was best for him to do this unexpected sneak attack. Chapter 988. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere. There was a cracking sound. The fourth elder's neck was twisted at a strange angle. One could tell at a glance that this was not an angle that an ordinary person could reach. The hearts of the elders turned cold. The fourth elder's strength was not the highest. However, he was still able to be ranked among the top among all of them. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become an elder. However, he had become a dead soul under someone else's hand so easily. They felt a chill in their hearts as they watched. This time, their people had the upper hand. Even though they had the upper hand, they still could not gain the upper hand. It was simply too frightening. The anger in the first elder's eyes seemed to have turned into something substantial. What do you mean by this? You suddenly killed 2 of the 4 great elders. This is the Situ family. Situ Hua, why don't you care about the friends you brought here? Situ Hua's face was also ashen. It did not matter who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Everyone could see clearly who was in the wrong. Why should they care about these trivial things? The elders were in the wrong first. It was reasonable for them to fight back. It was a reasonable thing to do. If anyone still wanted to criticize them, they must be blind. He did not say anything. The first elder naturally knew what he meant. After Qinyu withdrew his hand, he gently wiped it twice. The fourth elder's body was still in the same place. He died with his eyes open. Xuelan was not hurt at all. However, she was attacked so suddenly. Even if it did not cause any harm, it was undoubtedly a provocation. It was a sign that he was about to attack. You attacked first. I don't know if you gave me a chance to fight back. Now that there are only 2 of the 4 great elders left, there is no need for them to exist at the same time. You will all pay the price for this. After speaking, he directly attacked. Before anyone could react, he directly chopped off one of the Eastlight Holy Maiden's hands and feet. It was so fast that no one could react. Situ Hua was a little scared when he saw this. After all, this was his sister. But when he thought of the things she had done, he could not feel any sympathy for her. In that case, he deserved to be punished. It was better for him not to interfere. Once he interfered, he might be tainted with some other meaning. If he really interfered, it would mean that he was taking sides. Moreover, it wasn't as if he didn't have any complaints in his heart. The Dongming Saintess suddenly attacked and even slandered him. This caused him to be caught in the middle, and he was in a dilemma. His heart was extremely complicated. At this moment, he was even more unwilling to see his younger sister. Therefore, when he saw the pain on the Dongming Saintess's face, he turned his head away and did not want to look any more. As for the elders, they were all terrified. Suddenly, the great elder's face darkened, and a faint black mist appeared in his eyes. Unknowingly, a large military sphere had appeared in his hand. No one knew what was inside, but now he could use it as a trump card. One could imagine that this was definitely not something simple. Even Xiantian Senzin was separated by this thick layer of metal. He couldn't recognize it in a short period of time. He only knew that it should be some extremely terrifying trump card. Otherwise, the elder wouldn't be so confident, and there was a hint of struggle on his face. You forced me to do this. I didn't want to do it myself. All of this is because you forced me. I didn't have any intention of doing it. I was forced to do it. After he finished speaking, he threw the metal ball straight at Yi Zichen. Just as it was about to come into contact with Qinyu, it suddenly exploded. Countless black chains spread out from inside, looking extremely thick. It carried a faint cold aura. Xiantian, Celestial Venerable, suddenly felt the aura and directly stepped forward. Qinyu and Xuelan weren't affected at all. The people behind Xiantian Senzin weren't in any way, but the Great Elder and the others were more or less affected. Even if they took out this thing, they still suffered from the backlash. Xiantian Senzin's face slightly darkened. Some thin black lines appeared on his face, and they kept spreading on his face. It spread to his entire face, gradually forming a thick mask. However, his spirit was still fine, and his eyes were incomparably clear. It seemed that he hadn't lost his mind. I didn't expect you to have such an evil thing in your hands. It seems that the so-called upper echelons of the Situ family have long been rotten. No wonder someone has set their eyes on you. You've come back and forth to set up so many traps. You've really overestimated yourself. Indeed, they had overestimated themselves. Not only were their thoughts not pure, but they were also extremely stupid. How could this kind of thing be used just like that? How could this kind of thing be taken out so casually? It was better to say that whether or not they could destroy the enemy in one fell swoop, they would be greatly implicated. Unfortunately, there were too few people like him who understood this. So when the Great Elder took it out, he didn't think too much from the beginning. In the end, the Great Elder's face was extremely ugly. Some black lines slowly appeared on his face and spread to his body. However, he wasn't able to do it as leisurely as Xiantian Senzin. Instead, he looked extremely uncomfortable, and his entire body was constantly struggling. Bulges appeared on his body one after another, and he looked like a monster that crawled out from the abyss of hell. Qinyu walked over to take a look. Xiantian Senzin waved his hand. These things didn't cause much harm to him. After all, his strength was there for all to see. Moreover, his body had been tempered countless times and was extremely strong. These small things could only be looked at in front of him. However, he couldn't suppress the breakthrough that he had been painstakingly suppressing. He suddenly suffered such a heavy injury, although it didn't cause much harm to him. There was no way for him to continue staying in this realm. Soon he would immediately break through, and this time there was no room for reconciliation. I have to go. This time, there's no way to continue dragging it out. After I leave, you must remember to take good care of yourself. I don't know when I'll be back this time. Maybe you'll have to wait a long time before I come back. Maybe when I come out, you'll already be preparing to break through in seclusion. There was laughter here, but some people couldn't stand it anymore. The Great Elder and the Third Elder were both in great pain. On the other side, the Dongming Saintess had one of her limbs chopped off, and the speed of the invasion was even faster. Chapter 989. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. His entire body seemed to have turned into black mud. It was a horrifying sight that made people shudder in fear. Do you really think it's over? The power of the Devil Explosion Pill is not that simple. Even Senzin will be affected. He will be in so much pain that he can't extricate himself. Even if someone can escape, there will still be people who will be affected. As long as someone is affected, they won't be able to escape the power of the Devil Explosion Pill. The Great Elder had done everything he could. Naturally, he could not bear to see them laughing over there. The more pain he suffered, the more his mind was affected by the traces of magic power. So much so that he made some irrational actions. However, he did not regret it at all. There was a strange, carefree feeling in his heart. He should have done this long ago. How could there be so many rules and restrictions? How uncarefree was that? Why did he put so much pressure on himself? If he had the strength and ability, he should make everyone unhappy. Now he was seriously injured and was about to die. Why did he care so much? Letting more people go to hell with him. That would be the best. Xian Tianshenzhen looked at him with disdain. One could imagine how easily his mind was affected by the devil explosion pill. His usual calmness and solemnity was only because he had not encountered anything that could threaten him. How could such a sanctimonious person have any future? It was really disdainful. Tang Tang and the Situ family were just SO. Situ Hua was very ashamed at the side. He was not even willing to admit that these were the famous great elders of the Situ family. Not to mention how suspicious his character was. His temperament made him feel ashamed. He attacked an outsider just because of a disagreement. He didn't even have any evidence, yet he was willing to trust his own people. He did not even care if he killed the innocent. With such a character, it was no wonder that he and his father would end up in such a state. It was a pity that his father had worked hard for the Situ family all his life. In the end, because of these villains, he ended up in such a miserable state. He only hoped that he could be born into a peaceful family in his next life and not come to such a big family again. People's hearts were not what they used to be, and the world's morals were deteriorating day by day. It was really disappointing. It was even more unsuitable for people like them who truly had a bottom line in their hearts. This place was completely muddy water. Anyone who stepped in would be stained with mud for no reason. Qin Yu directly raised a saber and slashed a few times on the great elder's body. On the other side, the third elder didn't do much. Thus, he severed the tendons in his arms and legs and made him suffer some pain before sending him straight to hell. However, the great elder was the one who had personally thrown out the devil explosion pill. Moreover, it was indiscriminate. Therefore, he directly broke his arms and legs, making him unable to move. In the end, when he concealed his last breath, he prepared to hang on to his life for another attack. However, at this moment, Situ Hua suddenly walked out and hurriedly shouted, "Spare the man," although he couldn't help but feel disdain for the first elder's moral character. After all, this person was an elder of the Situ clan. There were too many things in his mind. Didn't he need the help of these things right now? After all, he was still inexperienced. If he didn't have an experienced senior to guide him from the front, without a guide, his path was destined to be extremely complicated. However, if there was a great elder under his control, it would be completely different. He could get enough information from the great elder. He also knew what he should do step by step. He could completely control the great elder, who had become a cripple and had nothing left except for his last breath, in the palm of his hand. He had to do whatever he wanted him to do. Other people simply couldn't make him do this. Therefore, the best thing for him at the moment was to spare the great elder's life. "I can use the precious collection of the clan to exchange with you. The Situ clan has existed in this place for tens of thousands of years. There have been many powerful figures among them. I heard that the ancestor was a famous true god senior, so his collection is extremely rich. I'm willing to use these collections to exchange with you. It's enough as long as he's still alive." Originally, the great elder revealed some hope when he heard the first part. However, after hearing the last part, all the hope turned into despair. What was the difference between this and killing him directly? No, there was still some difference, because from then on, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. At the moment, his hands and feet were already broken. Other than this head, there was basically nothing left. From then on, he would be meat on someone else's chopping board. He didn't even have the right to commit suicide. He could only passively endure all the pain. Xiantian Senzin smiled and reached out to pat Situ Hua. Your idea is not bad. Living a life worse than death is a very suitable ending for him. Then let's do it. Situ Hua was a little excited, since Xiantian Senzin said so. This matter was basically half successful. However, the other half still depended on Qin Yu's opinion. If he didn't agree, everything would be for naught. It was just him talking to himself, and he was having fun here. Living a life worse than death was indeed a better punishment. Qin Yu didn't have any opinion. He directly withdrew his hand, but the other person couldn't escape the blame. Even if they were related by blood, it didn't help. Situ Hua was Situ Hua, and Qin Yu was Qin Yu. Since the Dongming Saintess wanted to take their lives and use such a method to slander them, she deserved to be punished. However, because he had used her hand to avoid it once in the past, even if he didn't need her at that time, this friendship was there. He didn't kill her and gave her a little chance to breathe. His intention was to let the Dongming Saintess take the initiative to tell him the reason. What is it for? Looking at the elders' corpses on the ground, the Dongming Saintess trembled. She immediately cried and shouted that she had been possessed by a demon. She didn't do it on purpose. In the end, Qin Yu didn't have any intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex and directly attacked. He neatly cut off the remaining hand and foot. He made her a cripple like the great elder. This was also a punishment. Of course, after the cultivation of natural treasures, she should be able to recover a little. However, after all, he used such a dominating heaven blade to cut off her hands and feet. From then on, it was impossible for her to return to normal. Even with all her strength, she could only stop here. It was completely impossible for her to go any further. Under such pain, the Dongming Saintess suddenly went crazy and said the truth in her heart. She was just jealous and unwilling. In addition, Sitolan usually had a good relationship with her. In the end, she did something wrong. Chapter 990. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The previous matter had been settled for the time being. However, the huge amount of rewards that Situ Hua had mentioned in the past had not been fulfilled yet. At this point, he was too embarrassed to drag it on any longer. Even the 4 great elders had fallen to this point. He casually threw the corpses to outsiders, and no one dared to refute him. This time it was too easy for him to take control of power. No one dared to refute his opinion. When he ordered the treasury to be opened, someone immediately went to open the most important treasury of the Situ family. Of course, the key was kept by the great elder. However, now that the great elder was dead, everything that belonged to him had fallen into Situ Hua's hands. No one had any objections to this. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. The principle of the world was so eternal and unchanging. If it were any human right, it would be the same. Moreover, Situ Hua was not an outsider now. He truly had the right to inherit the family's inheritance. It was natural for him to inherit the position of the head of the family, since he had such strength and had such a powerful expert as a friend. All of this should belong to him. However, in the blink of an eye, the countless wealth that had fallen into his hands had fallen into Qin Yu's hands. There was a dazzling array of items in the few warehouses, and there were countless of them. At a glance, one could not even see the end. Even the warehouses were specially made, and the space inside looked much larger than the space outside. From the outside, it looked just like a few small houses. However, if one walked inside, one would find that it was simply endless. There were all kinds of treasures everywhere, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. However, these treasures were well placed, and they were the Situ family's collection for tens of thousands of years. The ones in the periphery aren't considered exceptional treasures. They're usually given to the disciples of the clans who have a bright future as cultivation resources. Further in are the expenses of some elders of the family with status, and they are all transferred from here. Of course, they also have to make certain contributions to the family from time to time. The innermost is the most precious, and it is the foundation of the entire family. However, since he had already said that he would take out at least 2/3 of it, these were all calculated. These things were naturally included in his calculations. He was a man of his word. Moreover, building a good relationship with Chinyu and the others would only stabilize his position. With their strength, Situ Hua's relationship with them could only be beneficial. Moreover, the foundation of the Situ family would not be so easily defeated. As long as they were still there, it would only be a matter of time for them to develop again. At most, he could develop by unscrupulous means or Situ Hua translation. There were many ways to develop, even if he had to take out more than half of the family's property. Chinyu was indeed, of these things were the things in the periphery. As he walked he saw, and he was. Therefore, he didn't take a fancy to it and directly walked past it. These things were, was, is, was, translation, 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 was, that was, translation, 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 was, there, and was to be found in. This caught his attention. He did not know if it was his illusion, but when he looked over, he saw a rising dragon's shadow inside. But if he looked carefully, he could only see a translucent, blank space. There was basically nothing inside. This thing is a bit strange. It was an unexpected harvest when the ancestor went out. But it has always been regarded as a treasure. Although no one can understand what this stone is used for, it contains an extraordinary power. It's just that there is no way to use it. Basically, it is no different from a decoration. But after all, it was also one of their collections, and it was extremely precious. Situ Hua looked at this palm-sized crystal stone. He did not know if Chinyu had taken a fancy to it or not. But to be honest, although he had to take out a large amount of resources, if Chinyu took a fancy to this crystal stone, which was of no use to him, it was also not bad. At least it could save him a lot of things. After all, although this stone looked a bit useless, it was a treasure that the ancestor had brought back. The ancestor was the only one in the Situ family who broke through the true God realm. He was an extremely powerful expert in the entire wind realm. He brought back a lot of precious things. In the end, Chinyu still followed his intuition and held this palm-sized crystal stone in the palm of his hand. Since he had a faint feeling, it would be more reassuring to hold it directly in the palm of his hand. Xian Tian Senzin also came here to stroll around, but that black fog kept spreading on his body. Strands of black threads spread all over the place. After more than half of his entire body was covered by the black threads, Xian Tian Senzin finally had to leave immediately unnaturally. If this continued, he was afraid that he would break through on the spot. At that time, with the power of his breakthrough, the entire Situ family would not be able to preserve a single tile. One had to know that breaking through to the true God realm was basically going against the heavens. Many tests had to be passed. It was extremely difficult. At that time, everything around him would be destroyed. This was not something that could be easily broken through, just because the conditions were right. That was simply impossible. I really can't take it anymore. I'll leave first. Disciple, take care of yourself and help me take care of little Shuolan. I really hope that time passes slower. Why do we have to separate again so soon? Qin, you did not have much emotion to begin with. At this time, looking at Xian Tian, he was the most long-winded. On the contrary, his mood did not fluctuate at all. The little bit of melancholy had long been scattered. It wasn't like they couldn't meet again. It was just a breakthrough. This was a great thing. Only the profound heaven celestial venerable was so stubborn as to suppress it, different from everyone else. If it were anyone else, if they did not break through when the time came, they would be anxious like ants on a hot pan. They would think of all kinds of ways to break through with all their might. Only Xian Tian Senzin was so strange, different from everyone else, to be able to use such an attitude to break through. And if he was not forced into a corner, he would not even be willing to break through. Looking around, Xiantian Senzin directly chose the most spacious place in the wind world. It was a desert everywhere. There was basically no life, although there were a few scattered cities on the other side of the continent. But if it was a more shabby place, it would be desolate and uninhabited. It was also very suitable for him to break through. No one could disturb him. Chapter 991. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in the sky. All kinds of ferocious beasts appeared, even if they were just illusions. It seemed that real ferocious beasts had appeared, and they were about to leave the range of the dark clouds and wreak havoc in the human world. Everyone who saw them could not help but flee. But after a while, the dark clouds still did not move. Some knowledgeable people turned pale with fright. Such a strange phenomenon. Could it be that someone wants to break through to the true God realm? At the same time, almost everyone in the ninefold divine realm could see the scene. It did not matter if it was an ordinary person or a powerful almighty. They could see the rolling dark clouds and the monstrous, murderous aura. They could not help but have a thought. If someone was targeted by this murderous aura and the extremely ferocious clouds, what kind of scene would that be? No one would be able to escape from these dark clouds. No matter how powerful someone was, they would definitely not have the ability to escape from the dark clouds. Such a huge, strange phenomenon. It was impossible to say that there was not an extremely powerful person who could do this. Suddenly, as time passed, more and more people saw more and more. Some of the more powerful ones could be seen under the dark clouds. There was a figure standing tall with a straight back. Even if no one could see the person's face, they could see how magnificent he was. Any extremely powerful person who appeared in this world would be sought after by everyone, not to mention those who were strong enough to dare to face these layers of dark clouds. In addition, some people gradually figured out something. Such a big movement was most likely caused by a true god who was about to be born. That was the legendary true God realm. The dark cloud stayed for a long time and did not disperse for a long time. Breaking through to the true God realm was an extremely complicated matter. No one knew how long it would take for it to slowly end. This matter became a matter of discussion. But after all, it was too far away for everyone. Only some of the Senzin realm people were enraged. After all, they were not very far away from this realm. If they worked harder, they might be able to break through. Some of them were old monsters who had been stuck at the peak for a long time and could not break through no matter what. He even wanted to give it a try. If this person succeeded, there would really be people who would give it a try. After all, that was the legendary true God. Now that there were no more true gods in the world, Senzin was already a rare existence. As long as there were old monsters in the realm of Senzin, they were the masters of a realm. In the entire God realm, they had extremely high authority, not to mention the more powerful true gods. If a true god wanted to, they could even unify the ninefold God world and conquer the world. Although this was only a possibility, however, this was a possibility that many people had thought about before. Even more so, it had been an exaggeration of praising true God experts for countless years. In ancient times, there were true gods who could ignore the void devils and soar freely in the void. Furthermore, they could travel between the upper and lower realms as they wished. If one reached the highest level, they could even open up an independent world. There were so many rumors, and many of them could no longer be trusted. However, it lured one after another powerful experts to pursue the legendary true God realm. On this side, Qin Yu took that palm-sized green crystal and set off on his journey. This palm-sized green crystal actually came from Sora Shenron. However, this was, after all, a special communication item between Shenron. It was unknown where the old ancestor of the Situ family had gotten it from. He must have discovered the extraordinariness of this crystal, so he brought it back as a collection. However, it was, after all, a special communication item between Shenron. If it wasn't Shenron, or if it didn't know the method, there was no way to use it. Of course, if it was broken violently, Shinran would be able to receive the news and sense it. However, other than that, it didn't have any other use. However, if it was opened using Shenron's method, it could be used to directly contact the owner of this crystal. In other words, it was Sora Shinran that Qinyu had come to this god realm to find. Coincidentally, there was a Kanshue Shinran beside him who knew the use of this crystal. Thus, everything fell into place. Because the other party was erratic, it took him a lot of effort to find traces of Sora Shinran. When he finally arrived at the place, he discovered that it was actually a city in the clouds. This so-called city in the clouds wasn't like the Cloud Immortal City in the Immortal Realm. Instead, it was a huge city that was truly hidden in the clouds and could move at any time. However, the strange thing was that in the entire Wind Realm, almost no one knew about the city. Perhaps those who were strong enough could vaguely sense it, but they couldn't capture it. Apart from the owner of the entire Wind Realm, Sora Shinran, who else could do this? Kanshue Shinran didn't transform into its original body. Instead, it had always maintained a very small feeling. It didn't seem to be a tiny bit long, just like an ordinary little snake. However, no one knew, and there was no way to tell from this simple appearance. In fact, this was an extremely terrifying Shinran. No one could tell, and only the people involved could know a little about it. However, Kanshue Shinran didn't care about this anymore, because there was no point in caring about these things. He had already bowed his head and even left the water realm that he relied on for survival. Other things like face weren't important anymore. What's more, there would soon be a dragon like him who would become Qin Yu's subordinate. That guy is too cunning, wandering around in the clouds all day long. But don't think that I can't find him like this. Kanshue Shinran directly transformed into half the size of its original body. If it really transformed into its original body, it would attract the attention of everyone in the Wind Realm. Originally, if it was only half the size of its original body, it would have the same effect. However, in reality, the commotion caused by Xiantian Senzin's breakthrough was really too big. It attracted the attention of everyone in the ninefold god realm over there. If there was a big commotion in a more remote place, very few people would notice. After all, there was no bigger commotion than when someone broke through to the true god realm. Qin Yu brought Xuelan and stepped directly on the head of Shinran. They soared into the 9 heavens. After circling around the majestic palace a few times, they directly floated down and stepped on the steeple at the top of the city wall. Half the size of Shenron's original body was somewhat inconspicuous compared to this majestic city. Chapter 992. Traces of Shinran Qi leaked out. Kanshue Shinran only said that the other party was now in a deep sleep. If there was no big movement to wake him up, it would be very difficult for him to wake up. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised the dominating heaven blade and slashed down. Suddenly, half of the huge palace was shattered. It turned into countless fragments with a rumble and fell to an unknown place. Suddenly, a clear light came out of the main hall. Sora Shenron's figure appeared, and he was the first to sense the aura of his old friend. He had just woken up from a deep sleep and was still a little confused. Now that there were no changes in the Wind Realm, he basically had nothing to do in Shinran. Why are you here all of a sudden? Did something happen? But I didn't feel anything. No. Sora Shinran just saw 2 people standing on top of his old friend's head. Every Shinran had their own dignity, and no one was allowed to trample on it. But now he saw 2 people standing on top of his old friend's head, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Kanshue Shinran solemnly introduced himself, his current master. The contract had been signed, and he was completely resigned. It was not bad to follow a master with a promising future. At least he could walk around and see. Now, he really had nothing to regret. This new master's master was about to break through to the true god realm, and his current strength was not considered very eye-catching. If he kept dragging it out, no one could say for sure who was stronger in the end. What's more, his time was very, very long. Even if he spent 10,000 years accompanying a person through his complete lifespan, so what? Just treat it as entering the city to experience the life of ordinary people and look at the scenery below. Otherwise, these Shinran people would always rest day after day and sleep day after day. For the sake of that illusory mission, it seemed a little laughable. Sora Shinran knew what kind of personality his friend had in the past, and naturally found it hard to believe. But no matter how one looked at Shenren's aura, it was not something that could be disguised just because one wanted to. He could only scratch his head. Perhaps this was the truth, and he was just thinking too much. But why did I wake up just now? Only to find that more than half of his palace has been destroyed. And how did you find me? Even if you wanted to find me, you would have to spend some effort. Kanshue Shinran didn't answer too many questions. He simply tossed the palm-sized crystal to him. This small piece of crystal was too insignificant for them. But Sora Shinran saw it and fell into his claws. Suddenly, the palm-sized stone grew to the height of a person. Finally, it was a little clearer, and it was just the right size for a dragon. This was something he had taken out before, so he could naturally recognize it. But so what if they recognized him? The blue sun, divine dragon, hesitated for a moment. Finally, he asked why they had come here. Now, he didn't think that Kanshue Shinran was just here to catch up with him. She had spent so much effort to search for him and found him in such a short time. Even if it was just to catch up with him, there must be another purpose. Moreover, now that Kanshue Shinran had recognized a master, there was a certain difference between him and the origin dragons. This was because these origin mystical dragons had nothing to worry about. They didn't care about anything. They definitely didn't have a master, and they definitely wouldn't let others step on their heads. I did come here to catch up with you this time. At the same time, I also have something to discuss with you. Are you interested in serving a master with me? You just need to take out a drop of origin blood essence. Believe me, this is very interesting, and it definitely won't disappoint you. Sora Shinran moved forward slightly in disbelief. Kanshue Shenron's words made him feel a little ridiculous. Since when did Shinran recognize a master? And it depended on who Shinran was. Maybe it was because he was too bored and wanted to kill some time. But he actually wanted to drag him down with him. What's more, he wanted him to take out the origin blood essence. How important was that? From the day they were born, every single one of the mystical dragons had a clear memory of everything that had happened. Naturally, they couldn't ignore it so easily. That was the origin blood essence. It was the most important thing to each of them. The words, "You're crazy," were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say it out. As an old friend, he could see it. The Kanshue divine dragon was seriously looking for him to talk. But it was because he was serious that made him a little angry. What was wrong with this guy? He actually proposed such a thing for no reason. He didn't even think about it before rejecting the offer. Killing intent even rose within him. If it was because of this young human who suddenly appeared, then he didn't recommend eliminating this hidden danger. Shinran didn't need a master, and he didn't need to feel bored. As long as he kept guarding, every divine realm was enough. Although he yearned for freedom, he still firmly remembered these ideas in his nature. And the bottom line was even harder to break. Even if he yearned for freedom, he was still trapped in the wind realm. He was unwilling to take a step out, because he regarded the entire wind realm as his responsibility. Of course, he couldn't ignore his responsibility. It was even more impossible to abandon his responsibility and ignore it. Kanshue Shinran was also a little impatient. "Master, please stand aside first. I will definitely persuade them. I'm doing this for your own good. Why don't you understand my painstaking efforts? Now that it's like this, it's good for you, good for me, and good for everyone." He didn't know what kind of terrifying existence Chinyu was. This guy simply didn't have any weaknesses. What's more, under the situation of signing a contract, he couldn't just stand by and watch. He was going to intervene, and now he was doing this in advance just to let his old friend think it through. He wouldn't have to go through hardships like him. but who knew that this guy couldn't understand his good intentions at all. Song Yin, divine dragon, let out a heavy snort. I don't care why you're doing this. I can't control you, but don't try to drag me down. Instead of persuading me, it's better to have a good fight with me. I don't know if your strength has improved after such a long time. If you beat me and I can't fight back, maybe you can force me to sign a contract. Kanchue Shinran was a little anxious when he heard this. He was afraid that Qin would make a move before him. So he suddenly turned into the size of his original body. This place was originally relatively hidden. Even if the two Shinran turned into the size of his original body, it wasn't easy to be discovered. Chapter 993. Until now, there were 9 great Shinran origins. Every one of them was a peerless powerhouse standing at the peak of strength. Whenever they appeared, it would definitely cause all kinds of strange phenomena. The 2 extremely powerful origin dragons suddenly began to fight, but the sky fell and the earth cracked. With the lesson learned from the immortal world, they slightly controlled it, not to the point where they could break the firmament. However, just a little bit of its power was enough to cause a huge commotion. Suddenly, a mountain peak exploded, revealing the boiling magma underground. Countless sects suffered a calamity, and there were floods in some places. There were also tornadoes wreaking havoc everywhere. On one side, there was a flood, and on the other, there was an extreme drought. On one side, the sky fell and the earth cracked, and on the other, it was freezing cold. Naturally, there are countless clans that were still bitterly holding on. But such a huge commotion still caused the entire wind domain to be restless. Where exactly was the source of this commotion? No one could say for sure. It was as if it came suddenly and a few powerful beings just wanted to check it out. But they were beaten back by the aftershocks and were seriously injured. They could only slowly clean up the mess below. Fortunately, the mess was not to the point where they collapsed. It was just that it was extremely troublesome to deal with. Large and small clans took action at the same time, which was barely able to control the situation. The powerful beings knew in their hearts that this farce would definitely not stop until the powerful seniors above them stopped. So what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. As long as the clans were not destroyed, others did not matter. Whether others lived or died had nothing to do with them, so let them be. But there was no way for others. There were too many people who died like this. Although there were many powerhouses, there were still more weaklings. Ants were everywhere. Under such natural and man-made disasters, there was no way to hold on. It just had to happen at a time when chaos was everywhere. There were also some people who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. But in fact, they were doing those things. Burning, killing, and looting everywhere. It was chaos everywhere. Occasionally, there would be some chaos. It was normal. Even the people of the large clans did not have so much energy to manage each and every one of them. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. He had to deal with the chaos in other places first. Occasionally, they would send some people and let them just watch over there. Qin Yu stood at a high vantage point and had a panoramic view. With a wave of his hand, a water mirror appeared, showing all the chaos in the world. No matter what, this matter had something to do with him. What the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve over. The others could just stand by and watch, but since he had seen it, they couldn't just stand by and watch. It was not clear when the 2 Shinran forces would stop fighting. Whenever he wanted to make a move, Kanchue Shinran would immediately stop him. He only said that it was a matter between Shinran and Shinran, and then he didn't care anymore. In any case, it was impossible to fight for a longer time. Kanchue Shinran had promised him that there would be a result within 3 days. But it was only the first day, and it had already caused such a huge mess. If no expert appeared and took control of the situation, it would only become more and more chaotic. Everywhere was in chaos. This was definitely not a good sign. Even the Wind Realm couldn't withstand such a huge chaos. Shualan's mind was connected with his. She suddenly smiled gently. She took out 2 robes of the same style. The patterns on them were almost the same, but one was a man's robe and the other was a woman's robe. The two of them put it on and changed their appearance in the eyes of outsiders. At least, ordinary people would never be able to see their appearance through this layer of clothing. Why don't we go down and be righteous men? None of the experts in the world have made a move. No matter how I think about it, only the two of us outsiders have the ability to do so. Qin Yu also smiled. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't care about the world. Since this matter was more or less related to him, and no one in the world made a move, then what could he do? It wouldn't be wrong to treat it as a pastime for these 3 days. Thus, everyone saw a man and a woman descending like gods. They suddenly appeared, and whenever they made a move, they would save countless lives. If there were thieves, they didn't even need to look at them. They would casually beat them into powder. They would make them disappear from this world. If someone harbored evil intentions, they would be able to see it clearly. No one would be able to escape their eyes. Thus, the chaos gradually calmed down. Although there were still many things, it was very complicated. But the people's hearts were very stable. The people in the big and small families didn't care about who this person who suddenly appeared was. His strength was at least a mighty figure, or perhaps a senior who didn't appear in the world. But since he made a move, it reduced their pressure. After that, even if there were some rumors of worship in the world, and even if they had supporters, they didn't care much, because they really couldn't free themselves. What's more, it was just 2 people. Could 2 people be compared with a family? No matter how powerful they were, no matter how high their reputation was. There was often no way to compare with the foundation of a family. In addition, there were turbulent forces everywhere, and the truly powerful ones weren't willing to make a move. It was as if they were avoiding something and worried about something. These people really couldn't free themselves to pay attention to who this expert who suddenly appeared was. They could only feel grateful in their hearts. But they didn't have the energy to think carefully about the origin and purpose of these people. In a place where the big families couldn't pay attention to, Shui Jianghua's face was full of misery. It was because he had offended a powerful big family when he was young. Now that this turmoil had appeared, he was trapped, but no one was willing to support him, and no one was willing to save him. One could imagine that it was definitely not because his character was not good. It was because some people didn't like him, so they wanted to use this opportunity to directly attack him. They wanted to eradicate a useless, small figure like him. Anyway, they didn't need to spend a single soldier. They just needed to stand by and watch. But looking at the old and young behind him, how could he be willing? A group of masked men in black suddenly appeared, but they weren't here to save them. Instead, they held sharp blades in their hands and quickly reaped human lives. The leader of the group laughed wildly, looking at countless good things being sent to him. He was very satisfied. It could more or less be called a family's collection. Although it couldn't be considered extremely sumptuous, it could be said to be not bad. At least, it was much better than he had expected. Shui Jianghua, I really hope that in your next life, you won't be so blind to offend important figures. Don't you think that those important figures are people you can easily offend? Now, this can be considered a lesson for you. Remember it well. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp light suddenly flashed and his head fell.